What is going on, everybody? It's time for the draft. We're hyped as hell. I got my buddy Jordan. We're about to get him on here on Instagram, and we're going to get going for this full-blown first round live draft coverage. Jordan, how you doing today, my guy?
I'm fucking nervous, dude. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited. It's more excitement than nervous. But, like, they're not going to mess this up. We got to have faith. They're not going to mess this up. They're going to make the right pick, so I'm excited.
I'm excited as well. Obviously, there's been so much news and hype coming into the draft, especially surrounding Aaron Rodgers. So, according to sources, Aaron Rodgers was thinking that he was going to be on the 49ers. As of last night, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that it was something that the 49ers from their end you had to do because as much as, you know, he is 35, I think he's 36 by now. He's getting up there in age. It's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, a guy that's been proven when he's had a chip on his shoulder will play at an extra high level. And no matter how good any of these rookies may be, Aaron Rodgers is undisputably a top 5 quarterback of all time. And you can make the argument all the way up to number 1 in terms of just pure talent throwing the football. So when I first heard the news, I'm not going to lie, I love Justin Fields. I love Trey Lance. I even, you know, I'm not going to talk about Mac Jones or not, but I love Justin Fields. I love Trey Lance. Wouldn't even think twice about taking Aaron Rodgers before them. Even if it's only for 4 or 5 years, he would immediately put the 49ers into another stratosphere of contention. I don't think there's a single team in the NFL that would be able to run with the 49ers if Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback, which is also why I think from an optic standpoint, the Packers won't deal Aaron to the 49ers, especially after all these years of coming up short in the playoffs. Could you imagine how bad it would look if he forced his way out, went to San Francisco, and then rattled off multiple Super Bowls with the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan?
I don't think any 49er fans would be too upset with Aaron Rodgers coming over and giving us a couple championships. I think we would be pretty excited. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out. Right before we hopped on here, we had Rap Sheet report that Jimmy Garoppolo might not get traded to the Patriots now based on issues over the contract. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's smoke, or do you think that's just
I think it's just all leveraging, because I'm sure as much as Jimmy wants a fresh start, he also wants $26 million. Anybody that would be slated to make that would want that money. I think what's going to happen today is it'll be interesting to see what happens if Fields goes to the 49ers and Lance comes off the board before, you know, pick 6. If someone moves up, or if he goes to Atlanta at 4, I don't see who New England's really going to move up with, because Detroit would be the team that they would probably move up with at 7. And I don't see them jumping up that high for Mac Jones. So if they don't get Fields or Lance, I would see a position where maybe they pivot and they're like, all right, let's send a 3rd, a 2nd maybe for Jimmy. Let's get a guy that we're familiar with. But ultimately what they're going to have to do is that they're going to have to come to some kind of understanding where the money gets worked around in a way that maybe Jimmy gets an incentive-based deal, or they spread out the money a little bit. I just think ultimately what's holding it up is that 26, I think it's 26.5 if I recall correctly, that he's due to make this year.
Right.
So, and if I'm New England too, I'm in no rush really, because I'm not saying that I think the 49ers necessarily should cut Jimmy, but I think there's a strong possibility that they could cut Jimmy in the coming days, just because I think that's a relationship that's kind of run its course, and especially after they draft a guy tonight. So if I'm New England, I'm not rushing to give up a ton of compensation, because I would rather A, move up for a rookie that's going to be younger and probably present higher upside, or B, wait for the 49ers to cut him and then you're not giving up any compensation. But I don't think that the Jimmy to New England, I think the key wording is trade. I think that the path to New England is still there. It just may not be through trade. He might end up getting cut and going there for nothing ultimately.
Right, which would be unfortunate. It would be great if we could somehow turn that situation to a potential compensation in return if Jimmy is on his way out. That would be unfortunate. But before we get going, I see quite a few people over here on Instagram. Guys, we're streaming on YouTube. Feel free to make the great migration from Instagram to YouTube. And you know the drill. If you guys are coming from Instagram to YouTube, let me know. I will shout you out. We'll pull you up on the screen. Let's see who makes the great migration over to YouTube. We would appreciate all you guys coming over. And when you do come over, please like the video. Let's get this thing rocking. And we'll get you shout out here if you are migrating from Instagram to YouTube, and we'll get this thing popping. But we're 10 minutes away from the official start of the draft. We got YouTube gang in here too. Let's go. How are you feeling? How are you feeling right now? Are the butterflies picking up by the minute?
Not really, but it's going to happen the second that New York turns its pick in. I'm going to go from being very calm and collected to a nervous wreck very quickly. And I'm going to do my best to hide it, but I can't shake the Mac Jones stuff, dude. I've tried to justify it. I've talked myself into like accepting it, but it has to be Fields or Lance. It would be just a sweeping victory if they come up there, they announce Fields, and it was, that was our guy all along. We didn't want to mess up. We wanted to mess up other people's boards. We didn't want other people to know which way we're going. It's always been Fields. We love Fields. We're moving forward. We got a dynamic mobile quarterback with a huge arm. Or if it's Trey Lance, even another guy that might be a little bit more raw, but also has that tremendous physical upside. And both of these guys offer a rushing floor that Mac Jones just doesn't have. And when you're giving up that kind of capital, you need to get a generational talent. And as good as I think Mac Jones can be in the NFL, I would have rather given up number 12 on its own for Kirk Cousins if that's really the type of player you're looking after, and not sacrifice first-round picks over the next 2 years. You do that if you believe you're getting a player that's going to be a dynamic, toolsy, dual-threat guy. So it has to be one of those two guys. I just am going to be nervous about it until I physically see them make that pick and I see that name on the screen, whether it's Lance or Fields.
Dude, it's gonna be a wild night if we find out really quickly that it's gonna be Mac Jones. But of course, we've talked about it at length. If it is Mac Jones, we'll be able to try and talk ourselves off the ledge. Obviously, you made the prediction for yourself, or at least who you would like, and that was Trey Lance. I picked Justin Fields. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how it plays out. We're not the only ones that are nervous. I see it in the comments. Everyone who's making the great migration from Instagram to YouTube. We got Krumel's confident, so that's good. Did
you see this Jed York tweet that just came in 2 minutes ago?
What did he say?
He said, #draft day, want to apologize for the last tweet. Didn't mean to offend anyone who tweets nonsense just to promote themselves. Wait, phone call coming in, ... What area code is 920? And 920 is a Wisconsin area code.
This dude is straight trolling us tonight, and I love it. Go off, King. Jed York has been waiting for this night ever since we talked about it, because you remember when Eric Armstead was picked, he had the infamous tweet where he tweeted out Sacramento love, I believe it was, to kind of tip the pick. And he got a lot of crap for that, but I'm glad to see him having his fun today. And I just really quick wanted to shout out D-Lo again, shooting us a donation, bro. This dude is a machine. Shout out D-Lo, big time. Got to shout out the guy. But look at all these people migrating, man. It's really fun right now. If you guys are watching the draft and listening to us, you see good old Urban Meyer, the old ball coach from Ohio State, who is now going to be coaching up the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do you feel pretty confident with who they're going to take at number 1?
Yes, I think it has to be kind of Trevor Lawrence, just again, because what I've talked about before, it's something where if you miss on Trevor Lawrence, it's kind of just like, hey, like I don't say nobody saw this coming, because I've seen some people with that kind of hot take that they don't think he's good or he'll bust, but the consensus for 3 years has been that this guy, you could argue even going back to high school, but especially since that title run that he had in 2018, where they just walloped Alabama in the title game, it's pretty hard to take him miss and then be like, oh, well, Jacksonville's just decision-making is awful here, like some kind of weird criticism of them. Justin Fields and his connection to not Urban Meyer, but Urban Meyer's successor at Ohio State and Ryan Day is interesting and something to watch. And there was, for a long time, there was the argument that they could be 1A and 1B. And I think so many times it's so hard to really predict how this will play out. Good examples are like Ryan Leaf and Peyton Manning. That was one that went to the wire. RG3 and Andrew Luck. You really never know how these teams have these guys ranked on their boards, but I think it's so much safer to take the guy that's been touted as a generational prospect, just again, from an optics standpoint, because as much as we'd like to think this is all just about pure football evaluation and gut instinct and all that, these football teams are in the business of looking good and printing money, and you're going to take a much less severe PR hit if you swing and miss on Trevor Lawrence versus taking Justin Fields and let's say Lawrence falls to 2 or God forbid falls to 3 in San Francisco, and he ends up being this generational superstar that a lot of people think he could be.
Yeah, and I agree. I think you can't really get too cute with this pick. Trevor Lawrence has been slated for this spot since he was a junior in high school, and I feel like it's warranted. So if I am, the Jaguars brain trust, even if you do like Justin Fields or Trey Lance, I just don't feel like you can pass on a generational talent like that you feel like is just going to be one of the prototypical NFL quarterbacks that we've seen in some time. But do you think maybe the Jaguars have gotten any ideas about potentially going after Aaron Rodgers or going after maybe one of these? Like, if Aaron Rodgers is available, do you think they would go after it, or do you think it makes more sense for them to build organically using number one more for the long term?
Yeah, it makes way more sense for them organically. They're nowhere near ready to be a Super Bowl team, and you take the young guy on the rookie deal, that's younger, that has the upside, and ultimately is going to give you a much longer window. I think really, honestly, the only teams that really make sense for Aaron Rodgers in that aspect would be a team like San Francisco that's ready to win right this second, that literally has been a quarterback away for years now. So if I'm the Jaguars, I wouldn't do it. And the only way I would even think of moving off of that pick is if a team literally called up and they offered up like 4 first-round picks in the next few years, multiple seconds. Like, it would literally take almost like that Ricky Williams trade that the New Orleans Saints made where they traded their entire draft. It would take 2 or 3 years of that for me to even think about moving on. So I think they're pretty locked in there. I think they did their due diligence. And again, we could be totally shocked. They could go Justin Fields. They could go Zach Wilson. I don't think there's any way you can pass on Trevor Lawrence. Again, just for the optics, it's much easier to stomach swinging and missing on a player because there's a lot of number one picks that don't pan out, but it's much easier to do so with a guy like Trevor Lawrence than it is, I don't want to say getting cute, but if you really feel like another player's higher on your board, you should do that. But I haven't seen enough that would make me feel confident enough that I'm willing to risk passing on Trevor Lawrence to take another guy and confidently feel like he's going to be so much better that you're never going to be remembered as the team or the organization or the GM that passed up a generational prospect for whatever Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, or whoever else may be going there would end up being. I don't think Trey Lance would go number one, but maybe they really like Trey Lance. It's still it's an optics thing at the end of the day. Yeah, no, I totally feel it. And Human Race Wins on YouTube. This is the recipe if you want to get your hot takes viewed and talked about on the channel. Shoot us a donation. We'll get it up here. He says, just subscribe. So thank you, bro. We really appreciate it. And he says, let's go Niners. He says, start Jimmy and trade up for Mont or Rodgers. Throw in Bosa. I don't care. Clearly you don't care. I would say I would feel a lot more comfortable sticking with a rookie quarterback, whether that's Fields or Lance, or shoot for the moon and get Rodgers. I'm not subscribing to the Mond hype, so I can't do that, and I'm especially not throwing Bosa in. What about you, Jordan? I actually like Kellen Mond, and I like Kyle Pitts. They need to get a new quarterback, and if it's Rodgers, hell yeah, let's do it. I would really not want to have to give up Nick Bosa. If it was Deshaun Watson, who was younger, when that whole thing was going on, I was more comfortable discussing moving on from Nick Bosa just because of that longevity you'll get. But I would have such a hard time doing it, even for 4 years of Aaron Rodgers. Bosa's too valuable. But I think there is an argument to be made that it still is worth kicking the tires on. If you could give up, if let's say Green Bay had some interest in taking on Jimmy because Jordan Love's not ready, if you could trade Jimmy number 3 and like 43 and maybe a pick next year, or like a player like I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, a good young player like Dre Greenlaw or somebody like that, I would do that in a heartbeat. Just again because Aaron Rodgers is so good, and the thought he had an MVP season with a diet generic off-brand Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur. Imagine if he got the real deal and he was able to cut. So basically the Kirkland brand. Exactly. The Kirkland brand. Exactly. And that's Kirkland ain't bad. I was going to say, Kirkland bad. Matt LaFleur's, he wins 13 games a year. Yeah, it's not bad, but it's not the real thing. Exactly. Exactly. So, and it would be tough. It would be a tough thing to give up. But ultimately, if you ended up like I look at it like this, if you were Tampa Bay and you gave up, let's say, like a first and a second or something last year, and you weren't signing Tom Brady, but you just acquired Tom Brady, it would seem like a lot, especially considering he's like 7 years older than Aaron Rodgers is now. But after that Super Bowl win, I'm sure if you asked anybody in that fan base, hey, was it worth it? They would say, hell yeah, without even thinking twice. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, Aaron Rodgers would put this team over the top so much so that I would be walking around confident that they would win almost every game they're in. Realistically, they're not going 19-0. I get that. But I would feel that kind of confidence going into every single game for the next 3 to 4 years. And the way quarterbacks are playing now, some of these guys, I know Tom Brady's an outlier, but some of these guys are playing until they're 41, 42, 43. If Aaron Rodgers committed at least 5 years to you right now, I would make that deal without even thinking twice about it. Because 5 years of Aaron Rodgers, to me, knowing what you're going to get with him is so much more of a known commodity than maybe 10 years of Justin Fields or 15 years of Trey Lance or Justin Fields. Because again, those guys could be really good. I know Aaron Rodgers is one of the best to ever do it, and that would be very comforting if I'm giving up that amount of capital, because it's ultimately 3 first-round picks. That's what we have to remember. The Niners ultimately mortgaged 3 first-round picks to turn that into number 3.
Absolutely. And I was talking about it earlier. And if you're going out and trading for Aaron Rodgers, it honestly feels like you're trading for a championship in year 1, because that's exactly what the expectation becomes. Man, I got people texting me doing all kinds of crap. Don't try not to get the pick tip to me. I'm doing everything I can to block it out so we can have a genuine live reaction. Just based on watching it on the screen. But what I was saying is with Aaron Rodgers, it feels like if you go out and make that move, obviously you're trading 3 and additional assets to go and get him most likely. But it just feels like there's an opportunity there to compete for a championship and the playoffs instantly. Like day one, that's expectation. The whole narrative switches from, all right, let's see if we can build around a young rookie, bring him along, build elsewhere, to, okay, now we have one of the top quarterbacks arguably to ever play in the NFL in a scheme that he's already come from. Like you mentioned, he's going from the Kirkland brand to the Gucci brand with Kyle Shanahan from LaFleur in Green Bay. So it just feels like if we want to win now, and that's what I was putting my fan hat on, I would like the 49ers to take a rookie. If they got Trey Lance or Justin Fields, I would still be super, super happy, because I like building organically through the draft with young players, building them up. That's just my style. But I can understand if I'm a GM and I put that hat on, I want to win now. I want to win right away. I don't want to think I'll be here in 3 years from now, because you never know what happens or is going to happen or who gets hurt. So why not swing for the fences and go get an Aaron Rodgers and compete for a championship immediately? So it's going to be wild, man. It's official. It's 5:04. I'm waiting for the ticker to come up to say that the Jaguars are on the clock. It's not official yet, but we are darn close, Jordan. We are darn close. And Human Race says Rodgers is worth 4 firsts for sure. If 4 firsts turns into 2 Super Bowls, absolutely, it's absolutely worth it. It would be absolutely worth it, even though if you're drafting a quarterback, say, in maybe 4 years from now, still, if you're competing for the championships, for playoffs, and then you're going to be seeing Green Bay too in the playoffs, so you instantly make one of those teams weaker. What is this?
I'm refreshing his Twitter right now, dude. I am.
So Jay Glazer on Fox Sports says Aaron Rodgers is not going to the San Francisco 49ers. As we are talking about it right now, Jay Glazer on Fox Sports says Aaron Rodgers is not going to the 49ers. So,
well, that was a fun 4 hours to think about it. I had fun. It is what it is.
And Jimmy isn't getting traded apparently to the Patriots, but you never know. You never know. There's still plenty of time.
I was of the mindset where I was defending the team and Kyle if they took Mac. But after all this nonsense today and Jed tweeting all day and all this stuff, if they take Mac Jones after all of this, I'm joining the angry mob. I will be upset as well. I have reversed course.
Okay, so we're all just gonna immediately hop, or we'll take the lives with us, and we'll just storm Santa Clara. No, we won't do that. But it's. I agree. Like Jordan,
it's terrible optics, dude.
He's clearly wilding out and he's trolling and he's having a good old time. And it really won't matter if it's Trey Lance, Justin Fields, or they trade for an Aaron Rodgers. But if he's doing all this trolling and they take Mac Jones, woo, it's going to be a long night. But we are absolutely ready to go. And we're going to see. Hopefully they get this thing going. Do we know exactly when they are hopping on the clock? Probably around like 5:30, right?
That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, it's usually around somewhere in that range, 5:20, 5:25. You know, the NFL's not very punctual with their.
They're definitely going to milk the clock.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they're gonna
out.
I don't say they're not punctual because it's technically the draft is on, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And it's nice to see, man. It was a weird draft last year. I'm not gonna. I feel it's crazy to think about that. That was 1 year ago already with the draft last year, with everything being virtual and all that. It's nice to see.
That's true.
Some kind of resemblance of what felt like a normal year. So hopefully it's the way it'll be going forward. But yeah, it's strange seeing the big crowd and the TV sets and all that stuff. Last year it was so strange with everything being on Zoom.
Yep. Now we got everyone back in Cleveland right now. There's the big stage and all that good stuff. Right now they're showing the Jaguars war room. It's going to be really interesting. Do you think that the 49ers are going to be super aggressive, though? Let's say they stick at number 3, select a quarterback. Do you think they're going to be aggressive and try and get back into the first?
I wouldn't. I'm not expecting it. I know I've heard from a few people that have had to get information that we've talked about it before. They think it's going to be Najee, which, I wouldn't be totally upset about. It just doesn't make sense from a team building standpoint. I would honestly hope they kind of hang on to their picks, but if they could package that second and like multiple, like a 4 and a 5, like if they could move like 43, 117 and, I think they pick like 155. If a team was willing to take that, I would do it without thinking twice because of how many day 3 picks they have. But I wouldn't want to move off of 43 and 102 just to move up and take a running back. And I think it would honestly even take a little bit more than that, which is where I'm kind of like, how are they going to pull this off? But I would be locked in. Like if I'm a Niners fan, especially if it's, if you're feeling great and you're loving the pick, celebrate, have a good time, but keep your eyes tuned into the draft because I would not be shocked at all if they did move up because there's been a lot of noise about them wanting to move up and there's just so much smoke between them and Najee that it wouldn't surprise me at all if they ultimately ended up making that move.
Yeah, Najee has been running around all draft season wearing 49ers masks essentially anywhere he goes in public. So he's always being caught with the 49ers mask. Of course, he's a Bay Area kid, so it's clear who his allegiance is as a former Antioch football player over at Antioch High School. So I would imagine he would want to come to the 49ers. It sounds like the 49ers want him. It's going to be interesting. There has been a lot of smoke, so it will be really something to watch to see if the 49ers get aggressive and want to do that. I would have to tend to agree with you. I don't necessarily believe that that is the case. I would like to, find the value later on, but we'll see what happens. So you guys will get to see the sausage making process as I make posts throughout the show. So I'm currently making a post, so please bear with me because I want to post basically Jay Glazer saying that Aaron Rodgers is not expected to be traded to the 49ers. So let me get this thing going here real quick, and then we'll get it out. But man, I just want the Jags to be on the clock. I want to see who the Niners are going to take. We've been talking ad nauseum about this for so dang long. I can't wait to see what the 49ers do, man.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting because it's going to be either this whole thing where it was like this whole smokescreen this whole time, and it never was Mac, and it just was this narrative that ran with, and Kyle was just kind of like, hey, this works out in my favor. I'm not going to, do anything to shut these down. Or it's going to be Mac, who he was his guy all along, and he's not wavering off of it. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be super upset. And again, justifiably so, especially like if they just were quiet all day, they just went about their business, and they're like, hey, we're taking Mac. It is what it is. I'd understand. All these tweets all day, all this thing about a Wisconsin area code calling. Stop it. Stop playing with my emotions. Stop playing with my heart. Like, stop it. Like, Jed, Kyle, John, all of you guys, like, I'm trying to give you some slack here and back you up if you do end up taking the goofy dude with the gut who wears Hawaiian shirts in the club and sweats like a madman. Like, dude, that guy looked like he just got out of a swimming pool, man. That dude had been drinking. Like, he wasn't just sipping. He was drinking, bro. Like, and, hey, if you take him and he plays on Sundays and he shows up, I'm fine with that. I will defend the pick. But, man, like, it's going to be really hard after, like, again, the optics today are going to look really bad with how, like, I was talking to somebody about it earlier. Like, I was like, man, the way Jed's been very easygoing today and very just kind of happy-go-lucky on Twitter can't be Mac. Like, there's no way he would be this out in the open and putting himself out there. Like, so I have a strong feeling now that it maybe isn't, but there's still that deep part of me deep down that's like, man, if anybody is that sure of themselves and that egotistical that they would take this pocket quarterback with these two dynamic dual threat guys like we still on the board, it's Kyle Shanahan. So I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. And again, I'm calm now, but when that New York Jets pick gets turned in and the Niners officially go on the clock, I'm probably going to be a wreck on the inside. So
I think
we'll see how it goes.
We're all going to be a wreck. I mean, so until they're on the clock, I'm still checking Twitter. Pete Prisco of CBS just tweeted, it's not a tipped pick, but he is saying that the momentum is seemingly swinging towards Trey Lance being the pick at number 3 for the 49ers. So that should be...
Let's go, Trey area, baby.
Trey area. So that could be something to expect. And look, there's the commish. He is at the podium.
Wait, is that Bernie Kosar? Is that Bernie with him?
Probably. There's Jarvis Landry. Looks like Joe Thomas. So Cleveland Browns, current and past legends, I guess. Surprised no Baker out there, huh?
I guess not, man. Maybe he's got one of those progressive commercials to do.
Or a Hulu. You never know.
Yeah.
But we're close. That means with the commissioner at the podium, he's making his opening statement, and then the Jags will likely be on the clock. And then we will see.
And they're gonna milk 9 minutes a time, even though they've been ready for this pick for 6 months.
Absolutely. It's gonna be milked the whole time. And it's perfect for ratings, and they're just gonna milk it this whole dang time. Let's go. We're hyped. And if you guys are just hopping on Instagram, we had already made the great migration over to YouTube. Please feel free to hop on over and let us know that you are migrating. We will do multiple rounds of migration tonight. So if you guys want to go head over to YouTube, that would be legit.
So I know you want Fields, and I believe me, I understand the allure of it. But if it's Trey, you're still going to be excited, yeah? Like if it ends up being Trey, you'll be a little excited?
100%. It will be so easy to be excited for Trey Lance. I mean, that was one of those things too. Like I've talked about it at length, thought he was kind of gimmicky, last season. Again, he didn't play 2020, so it wasn't like we were able to watch any of the games. But when I dove into the tape, it was extremely easy to see that this kid is built out of the right stuff. Now, did he look like he was 100% ready? No, it looks like he could have used that 2020 year to again gain more experience. But that's the only reason why I would honestly have Fields ahead of him. just the lack of tape, the lack of being able to evaluate what and who he truly is. With Fields, he answered so many questions for me. There was just the lack of the season that made it harder for Trey Lance to answer those questions. But if it's Trey, I'm hyped. Like, I really am hyped because he can execute the offense day one. He's 20 years old. He's got the arm. He's got literally the intangibles. His personality, everything will be absolutely amazing. So I would be super hyped. And guess what, Jordan? The Jacksonville Jaguars are officially on the clock. The draft is officially starting. It's here. It's been months of speculation, of smoke, of just smoke and mirrors everywhere. Mac Jones at 3. Aaron Rodgers potentially going to be traded today. Jimmy going to be traded. Deshaun. I mean, any available quarterback that you can think of. The 49ers have somehow been tied to said quarterback, but here we go. These are my favorite picks too, because like the Jaguars, again, they'll say they did their due diligence. And I'm sure they did. They watched a lot of tape. They've known that it's probably going to be Trevor Lawrence for, again, 5 months, ever since the Jets beat the Rams that one game and the Jags ended up in that number 1 pick slot. They pretty much knew this would be the pick. And they're going to sit there, make this pick for the guy who's been like the consensus number 1 overall pick for 3 years. And they're going to have a round of high fives. They're going to get hyphy in the draft room. They're going to be feeling themselves. And I love those moments because, again, I'm not trying to discount the work they do. These guys are still scouting and doing a lot of work, but those picks always crack me up at the top. Same thing like when the Niners drafted Nick Bosa. It was like, and again, you should be happy. It's a good player, but like, how hard is it to really make that pick in that situation? Like, I love the enthusiasm that they have because, again, they're excited to get a good player, but it's so funny watching just like how hyphy these dudes get in the draft room when it's like it's pretty like it's a pretty elementary pick that most of us could have made, you know. Right, so, especially for the Jags. They're sitting there. They known likely that they're going to be coming home with Trevor Lawrence since, you know, they were awarded the number 1 slot before the playoffs even kicked off. So, yeah, I agree that they will get hyped. They're going to be super happy, slapping hands and hugging and doing all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be really interesting to see what plays out. But I'm hyped, dude. I'm over here getting my posts ready, making sure that if it's Fields or Lance, we're ready. I'm not even going to joke in front. I am not pre-making a Mac Jones post. If Mac Jones is the pick, that's got to be a me scrambling to make a post. I'm not pre-making it. I don't care.
I got a great one queued up too. I was up late last night watching some Trey film and a little bit of Mac stuff. There's a couple good deep balls he put on tape against, I think it was South Dakota or someone, but it really exemplified why I think Kyle would like him. They're in a 22 personnel set. They run the play action off the ball fake, steps up in the pocket, avoids the rush, and throws the ball 55 yards on a rope to the defender that got the receiver who got separation from the defender. And again, that's where I'm like, hey, I like Justin Fields a lot. There's things I like about Mac Jones, but ultimately I think Trey Lance gives you a little bit of what both those guys can do. And while I think that the Fields and Jones are more accurate now, I see a path to Lance getting better. And the thing with Lance, I think that's going to ultimately push them over the top and why I think he'll be the pick is his personality is infectious. Like the guy, just hearing him talk, I think he not only inspires confidence in coaches, and they know that this is a guy where John always talks about the work ethic and how important that work ethic is to the 49ers organization. But I think he's a guy that teammates are really going to want to rally behind and get behind. And he plays like a guy who's very humble, but knows he has a lot to prove. And those, to me, are the best kind of players. You don't want a guy that's coming out talking like Trevor Lawrence, talking about how I don't care. I could walk away from football right now. I don't care. Hey, good for you, dude. There's more to life than football. But if I'm investing the next 5 years of my franchise in you, I want you to be going out there every day thinking about football, chip on your shoulder, angry, not playing angry necessarily, but playing with something to prove. And Trey Lance is a guy that really feels like that to me. And then even if it's Justin Fields has been getting slighted this entire draft process. If it's him, I think he has a lot to prove too. Maybe Mac does too. Maybe Mac wants to prove that he can party and ball too. So maybe they all kind of have something that they can bring to the table that's going to be like that. But I want it to be Lance or Fields first. And I'm holding out hope, dude, that they're not going to mess this up. Like they can't mess this up. But We'll see.
They can mess it up, but we're very hopeful and optimistic that they won't. And I think you make a lot of great points about, and that's the thing. If it's Trey Lance or if it's Justin Fields, even being a massive Justin Fields guy, I'll be a little disappointed that it's not Fields, but I won't be disappointed that it's Trey. Does that make sense? Like, I like Trey a lot. So if he's the pick, I'm absolutely okay with it and feeling really good about the future of the franchise for the San Francisco 49ers because they're in good hands. They're in good hands with Trey, only 20 years old. I was talking about this earlier. We drafted both Kittle and Debo when they were 24 years old. By the time Trey Lance is 24 years old, I don't know exactly where his age falls, but he'll have at least 3 seasons under his belt. So you could potentially get like 15 years out of prime quarterback play if you hit on Trey Lance and he turns out to be what you expect him to be. So if it's Trey, we're still celebrating. We're definitely still celebrating.
I'm excited, man. It's like I said, it's going to be a fun night regardless. I almost am, because the long-term outlook and like stuff isn't as nice, but just if we're talking about immediately tonight, like even if Jones gets picked, just watching the reaction people are going to have on social media and stuff is going to be very entertaining for me. But yep. I'm not rooting for that. I'm rooting for Trey. Honestly, is like, I'm indifferent. I like both things about both of them, but Evan Sowards on Twitter had a pretty good theory yesterday that I thought was pretty funny. He was like, well, what if they just put out this Mac Jones stuff so that if they took the raw guy and Trey Lance or, they took somebody else, Wilson Fell, whatever, that the fan base was so anybody but Mac Jones that they would just be through the roof for whoever else they took. And I was like, wait, like that actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Like if you get these people to the point where they're literally like, anybody but Mac Jones, don't care if it's Lance, don't care if it's Fields. A lot of these people that were all in on Fields, just like you were saying, yeah, you're a Fields guy, but you'd way rather have Lance than McCorkle. So I was like, maybe that theory had a lot of merit to it. I sat there and I kind of thought about it, and I'm like, damn, like, yo, that kind of actually makes a lot of sense. Like,
it really does, because I was talking about that too. When they dropped the 95%. We were talking about this off air a little bit, but when Matt Miller said that he got a text from a team employee saying it's 95% going to be Mac Jones at 3 when the 49ers made the trade up to number 3, I came up and said, listen, like we can get all hot and bothered about it being Mac, but at the end of the day, there are angles for them to push. They have a chip to trade in Jimmy Garoppolo, so there are angles for them to go out and push this narrative. But at the end of the day, if they don't select Mac Jones, nobody cares. Not one person cares, clearly, as we have made it this far up until the draft. I mean, we're 2 minutes away from the Jaguars turning in the pick and announcing who they are going to be selecting. But let's like all this Mac Jones hype, I'm talking about all the way up until last night. It seemingly died today. The Mac Jones hype died today, but up until last night, they were still saying Mac Jones, Mac Jones, Mac Jones. But that's the thing. If it's not Mac Jones, no one is stressing out. If anything, people are celebrating just because it's not Mac Jones. So it's going to be interesting, though. Like you said, like you were a guy on here. We've been preparing. We both see positive aspects out of Mac Jones' game. And we, have been preparing ourselves and doing all this stuff to defend the pick. But with Jed York wilding on Twitter, we're like, well, he's changing our attitude a little bit because it feels like he's trolling us big time. But guess what, Jordan?
Pick is in. The
pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. Again, please don't tip the pick in the chat. We are watching on live, so we want to do a live. Oh, look at them. They're hyped. Jordan called it. They're hyped. So
I love it because they spend 10 minutes. They spend 10 minutes just, but like I would. It's like those conversations that news anchors have. You know, when it like cuts off like the audio, but you can still see them at the desk like shuffling their papers at the end of like the news broadcast.
And
I always
like,
want to know
talking to each other.
Yeah, like I want to know what those conversations are really going on. Like are they even talking about football? Like are they just like talking about random like what's going on in there? Because there's no way they're sitting there actually debating what they're going to do. I know that they're waiting for phone calls sometimes for picks to trade and whatever, but you're not moving off that pick. Like I would love to hear like the behind the scenes, like what was going on in that Jacksonville war room.
Right, exactly. And so
it's gotta be Lawrence, right? Like we're on the same page.
Lawrence. If you guys are on the live and you're in the chat, tell us who you think it is. Do you think there's any surprises? Do you think this is Wilson? Do you think this is Fields? Maybe, you know, Urban's an Ohio State guy. You talked about it a little bit earlier. Could there be a chance we get a massive shakeup at the top? But we are about to find out right now. And if you guys are on this stream, we can't pull up the draft stream. They'll hit us for copyright and all that kind of stuff. So we unfortunately can't show it to you. Trevor Lawrence, let's go. There's the pick. The pick is in. T-Law is number 1. To the Jags. Big surprise, right? Really big surprise.
I'm not sure what's going on with the drip though. I mean, can we get a drip check on the guy? He's wearing the olive suit with a t-shirt. Like
we needed some drip analysis in here.
I mean, compared to the rest of the like I guess they went casual, which hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not knocking them, but you know, the bar's been set pretty high the past couple of years with the first round. Remember that suit that Kyler Murray came in a couple years ago? Like set the bar pretty high, dude. Like,
hey, anyone who's been showing up to the draft as of late has shown up with a lot of drip. But guess what? Did you happen to see Mac Jones?
I saw a bit of him. I didn't see the full outfit today. No.
Honestly, I was looking at him. I was like, man, you look like you're about to sell me insurance, my guy.
It can't be Mac Jones, dude. Like I've had so much fun like messing with people that it is going to be Mac Jones, but now it's like now I'm the victim, and like
now you're a victim of your own energy.
I'm a victim of my own. It's the consequences of my own actions. Here we are. Well.
Yes.
And Zach Wilson. Yeah, Zach Wilson looks like he's locked in and he's pretty much ready to go.
Yeah. So I think the draft has gotten much better at not tipping picks. They're not going to pan to the green room to show any of the prospects on the phone with anyone, typically how they would do in years past, because again, they've become wise to the ratings and ensuring that this is it. This is groundbreaking TV. They want the pick to be coming out of the commission's mouth. So right now, the Jets are on the clock. Now, this is where it gets really interesting, because I have always, in the back of my head, felt like the Jets could very well be interested in Justin Fields because of the same exact reasons that I like Justin Fields for Kyle Shanahan are the same exact reasons why the Jets would like him, because they run the same exact offense that the 49ers run, because obviously LaFleur is I just saw the 49ers are on the clock, so the pick is in. Are we that delayed?
Wow, yeah, because I'm on YouTube TV. And I usually they're showing Zach Wilson highlights already. So unless they're just talking about him, I didn't see an alert that the pick. I have it muted, to be honest, because I have it on my computer and I don't want it to be interfering with the stream. But I'm not seeing the pick is in because it still shows them on. Yeah, it still shows them on the clock. They should be on the clock still.
What is your timer looking like?
4:31.
4:31.
Yeah.
Okay, that sucks. Mine's like 20 minutes, or not 20 minutes, 20 seconds behind.
Oh man.
That's pretty lagged. Let me see here. Let me see if I get a different stream. But yeah, so I just saw a notification come across that the 49ers are on the clock, but I haven't seen. Now it's from Barrows.
Yeah, I still see anything. Yeah, who'd you get it from? Matt Barrows said that?
Yeah, Matt Barrows said that.
He probably said that because the Jets have been so locked into Fields or something. I don't know, because it still shows them as there's no way that we'd be this far behind, because I'm coming up on 3 minutes and 30 seconds right now.
Okay. Damn, yeah, mine's like 30 seconds behind. That's not fun. Let me see if I can get a different.
Okay, sorry, I'm about 10 seconds behind. I'm not even gonna look at my phone for when the pick is in, because I don't want it to be spoiled. I'm
gonna have to react off you apparently.
I'm gonna have to do some lip reading with Roger Goodell too, because my stuff's muted. So we'll see. Honestly, it's gonna pan to whatever 49ers fans are there right when he makes the pick, and if they're upset, I'll know it's Mac Jones, and if they're not, then it'll probably be a pretty good sign.
Right. Their reaction's gonna tell us it all, but it's coming up, man. It is coming up quick. Let me quickly try and see if I can grab a stream.
Yeah, so I'm at 245 now.
Okay, you're at 245.
Yeah, 245.
Yeah, I'm 30 seconds behind for whatever reason.
It just reloaded okay, the pick is in. Pick is in.
Okay, so what's your timer?
There's no timer. It just says pick is in.
Oh, okay.
It's showing Aaron Rodgers highlight. They're comparing him to Aaron Rodgers apparently, which is foolish, but I get it.
Foolish.
He had flashes of him, but it's disrespectful. Right. I don't want to see Aaron Rodgers again for the rest of the day. I'm heartbroken. I don't want to see him anymore. I got my hopes up. I was stupid. I allowed myself to get my hopes up, and I knew I shouldn't have. Ooh, now they're showing that double move that Kittle put on Kevin King on Sunday Night Football a couple years ago. Kyle Shanahan he's so damn good, dude. There wasn't anybody within 15 yards of Kittle.
He knows how to dial him up like the best of them.
Pasquini makes that throw.
Pasquini makes that throw every single time.
I don't know if I have the arm strength to get it there, but I know Pasquini does.
Oh my
God, here we go. Oh my God, dude. All right, now I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. I've been fine for this entire month, and now I'm like, okay, this is really happening.
It's getting nervous.
Trey Lance, I hope Pete Prisco's right. I hope he's right, and it's Trey Lance, and I don't have to think about – I can think about the rushing floor, the rushing ability, and I just don't have to think about the ridicule that we're going to have to deal with for the next few months. Because, again, I think Mac Jones has the potential to be a good NFL quarterback, but go Trey over him, please. Like, come on.
Please.
I don't ask for much, dude. Like, I'm a simple guy. Just give me a decent quarterback for once.
Just for once.
Yeah, Zach Wilson's the pick. Schefter tweeted it.
Yeah,
here we go.
I've unfortunately seen it.
Here we go, Brad. Oh my God, here we go.
Oh man, they took Wilson. They took Wilson. Who's it gonna be?
Oh man. That had to have been the worst kept secret of the draft, because it was common knowledge that Lawrence was going to go 1, but I don't think I've ever seen a number 2 pick be so solidified. Like maybe like when Wentz went number 2, but even then it was kind of like iffy. Right. That'd have been one of the worst kept secrets of the whole draft.
All right, so I'm more nervous about my stream being lagged than the actual pick, because I want to see it come across the screen. But I guess that's what happens when you use streaming services.
Right when it says pick is in, I can turn my camera onto my screen so you can see it. If you want.
Yes. Do that, please. Yes, good call. And that's not going to kick us off IG or anything.
Nope.
Perfect. Good plan, Jordan. So Zach Wilson is the pick.
God, those Jets jerseys are so ugly, dude. I'm sorry. Their old ones were so much better. Off topic, I know, but God, they're ugly, dude.
I'm a fan of the lighter shade of green. I wish they would have went that route, kind of the old school Jets jerseys, at least from that color standpoint. But I would agree. I do like the helmets, though. That the helmets have grown on me for sure.
I like the one with the actual jet on the side from like the 80s. I thought that one was dope, dude, to be honest.
Yep. But we're on the clock, boys and girls. We are here after all this time of smoke shows, tinfoil hats, terrible reporting from Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport and all these other people who have tried to swindle us, but we said no, sir. We find out now.
So if it isn't Fields, how far do you think Fields falls if they do end up taking Jones here? Do you think he goes right after at Atlanta, or do you think somebody's going to have to move up to get him?
I can't imagine he falls out of the top 10. I think it's going to be a situation where a team is going to scramble and figure out how to get him. But oh my gosh, dude, please, it can't be
Trey Lance. I think it's going to be Trey Lance, and he's going to come out there with that electric smile that you can see. He has a smile that just lights up a room, dude. Like this guy, his personality is electric, dude. I think it's going to be Trey Lance, but
it's going to be super, super interesting. All right, I'm trying not to look at any notifications. I'm going to block.
I'm going to mute everything on Twitter. 1 second.
All right.
My bad. Yeah, I'm going to mute everything on Twitter.
Looking at the chat.
Oh, no.
Let's see. You guys ready? Are you guys ready to either laugh or cry? Are you guys ready, man?
I was trying to mute my Twitter,
Who is it going to be? This is the last time. What happened? I can't look at the hold on, I gotta do this.
My phone was starting to freeze. I was gonna try to mute everything on Twitter, but
all right, I turned off commenting. I don't want to see anything in the commenting on Instagram. Instagram will be back. If you guys want to comment, if you guys on Instagram want to comment, head over to YouTube real quick. I'm not shutting down those comments, but I can hide those comments better. But on Instagram, I gotta drop them. But I'll bring them right back up once the pick is up. But, guys, we are on the clock. I'm not looking at any notifications. I want to experience this live. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. It's either going to be Trey Lance.
Let me know when it's in. I'm muting everything on Twitter right now, so I'm trying to make sure that I don't get it spoiled.
I'm not looking at anything. I've turned any notification off. I've turned the chat off so no one could tip the pick. Don't look at YouTube.
All right, let's see. They're in the draft room. They look all right. They're clapping. They're in the draft room clapping. Let's see. Oh man, it does not.
Hey, real on Instagram, switch yours real quick so I can watch because mine's super lagged.
I don't know. My phone keeps cutting out at the worst time. Okay, they're in the draft room clapping. I'll go full screen for this. So I don't know. Can you see me? I don't know why it's look. Can you hear me on the Instagram? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if you. Okay, there we go. Here I am. I'm back. My phone keeps cutting out, and it's like the worst possible time for it to happen. I'm like, bro, you got to be kidding me. Dude, they were doing scheduled maintenance when I was watching tape last night. My internet went down. Like I guess they were doing scheduled maintenance, and I was like, no, you've got to be kidding me. For 3 months, I've been grinding tape and doing all this, and literally the day of the draft, my router is going to start having problems. But luckily, obviously I'm here right now, so it wasn't a problem. But man,
so
here we go.
I mean, we're probably under 3 minutes at this point.
2:36. Oh God.
2:36.
Mac Jones doesn't
Can you flip it?
Yes. Sorry.
Can you flip it so we can see? There we go. Because mine's behind. So who are we looking at right there?
I think that was Fields. They showed Mac. Mac didn't look very happy. He didn't look. I mean, I'm not trying to read too much into it, but he looked very stoic.
Looked very stressed out.
He did not look like somebody that was about to be called to the San Francisco. But then again, maybe maybe he's just like a really good poker player. I don't know. Oh my God!
Oh my gosh! Why? Oh my God! That scared me. I saw Mac Jones pop up on the screen. I was like, "Oh my goodness, they did it!"
Watch them milk this down and trade back somehow. I would laugh so hard.
Oh my goodness! And again, if you're just joining the stream now, I got comments turned off on Instagram because we don't want the pick is in. The pick is in. Oh my gosh! If you guys want to comment, head over to YouTube. We'll bring the comments back up once it's ready. But the pick is in. Oh my gosh, after all these months, my phone's going ham, so the pick must be out there.
I'm not looking at it. I'm looking
I'm not
straight
looking at it
screen.
either.
I'm looking
We're
over my
not
phone.
looking.
I'm blocking it.
I'm blocked too. I'm not looking. My phone's
Okay.
going wild.
Okay, now my heart's racing. Oh,
I need to experience it for what it is. Trey Lance.
Come on, Trey Lance, baby. Trey Lance,
Justin
Fields.
Fields. Mac
Kellen Mond.
Jones. Kellen Mond. Kyle Trask.
Baby. Throw him off the scent.
Davis Mills. Stanford. Who's it going to be?
Walker Little.
Oh, they're clapping. Line. Oh, wait. No, I'm behind on my stream. That's right. Oh, the phone is going wild. The phone is going wild right now. Again,
do you want me to turn the sound on for it too, or no?
Sure. Oh my goodness, my phone's off, guys. So like, you're hopping into the stream and you know who it is. We don't know. We're about to find out.
I don't know. It might be echoing through for people.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry if that was echoing through for anybody. I didn't think of that.
Here we go.
This is how we're trying to dodge the copyright stuff with this. This is loophole.
Yep.
Let's go.
They called it in? Or
I think so. I think so. Hold up. I think so. Oh my God. Schefter might have fucking ruined it, but fuck.
With the third pick,
I'm going sound. Sorry.
In the 2021 NFL draft, in the 2021 NFL draft, 49ers select the San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go! Let's go! Trey, baby! Let's go! I knew it! Oh my God! I knew it!
Oh my gosh, they did it! Let's go, Trey to the Bay!
Let's go, Trey area, baby! Look at that! Here comes that smile!
Trey area! They did it!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go, baby!
Trey to the Bay. Comments going up. We going up. Turn on commenting. Let's go. Trey area. No way. Let's go. The 49ers have selected
Trey Lance, baby.
Lance.
Let's go.
Woo!
Oh my God, I'm excited. I knew it would, and I'm telling you, there's something with Justin Fields. We talked about this on the live the other day, and it's going to come out that the 49ers liked him. They think he's a great dude, but they're either worried about the epilepsy or they're worried about that mechanical issue that Brad and I have been talking about for weeks, that damn elbow. I swear that, because when you watch Trey Lance throw, he looks like I'm excited. I told you last night that's who I wanted, so I'm feeling good.
Hell yeah, you are. Good. I'm feeling good too. Let's go.
I don't have to
Anyone but Mac.
Jones
that was
again.
it. Anyone but Mac, and we got it. Let's go.
Mac Jones at 19 to the football team, or even in Chicago, good pick, good value. No chance the 49ers were going to take him there. I mean, there was obviously a chance, but I'm fucking ecstatic, dude. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Look at him. Look at the boy. Let's go. Trey area. We litty. Let's freaking go. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy. I didn't mean to spoil it, but I got a notification right before the pick where Adam Schefter said, I know. I was like, oh, it's Trey Lance.
Yeah, because Adam Schefter said that the physiological stuff tested off the charts. And that's what we kept hearing was his mental capacity. Like, God, look at him bulldoze and run through people. Oh man, I'm gonna get some tape together. So if you're down, Brad, we could definitely do a live soon. I have every game that he's ever played in college. I have the all 22 for, so we could definitely break down some good tape and show some people why it's time to get excited.
We are absolutely going to break this down.
I am ecstatic. Fist bumps all around. And maybe these rumors, maybe there was some validity to these rumors that the 49ers actually moved up for Mac Jones, but Trey Lance blew them away in the process. But remember this, guys. They moved up right after Trey Lance's pro day, and they specifically said they didn't go to his pro day and have a heavy presence there because they weren't trying to tip their hands. And I remember on Twitter that day, I don't know if you remember, Brad, people were making a huge deal about it. And I was like, hey, it didn't say that the 49ers didn't have people there. It just said that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan weren't there.
Right, and we talked about who was there.
Mm-hmm. And I guarantee you they had their guys there that they trust that were like, hey, the way the ball came out of this guy's hands.
Let's go.
I'm ecstatic. that's a fun pick, man. And it's going to be really interesting.
Go for it.
Oh, my God. I'm really interested to see where Justin Fields falls because, again, I know I'm rooting for Justin Fields. I hope he ends up in New England, honestly. Go to New England, learn under Cam Newton and Bill Belichick. Great situation for you. But I felt safer with Trey Lance, and that's why anybody who watched the live last night, I said that I would take Trey Lance if it was up to me. It was very close, but I would take Trey Lance just because I think he offers so much promise. There is so much this guy, I'm not trying to say he could be the next Josh Allen or the next Patrick Mahomes, but we have that range of outcome in our future now. And you pair that with Kyle Shanahan and the rest of this roster, get excited. The 49ers, and this isn't just for this season. For the next 10 years, the Niners have the chance to be a dynasty. I'm thrilled, dude. Honestly, I'm still kind of processing it a little bit because I was holding out for them maybe picking Jones. And you know what the dead giveaway was that it wasn't Mac Jones? Was one of the most pro Mac Jones accounts on Twitter. You know, our guy AD deactivated an hour ago. And I was like, oh, man, that can't be. He would not deactivate if Mac Jones was the pick. And he's the guy that gets good information, and he's in the know.
That's funny, dude. Yeah, that is crazy. So I'm super, 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 super excited about this because I know I'm a big Fields guy, and I'm on record being a big Fields guy. But I have been a big Trey guy this entire time. And Trey Lance and how he fits Kyle Shanahan and the scheme, oh my goodness. And we talked about it. He's only 20 years old. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I understand it's not Justin Fields, but Trey Lance is got the goods. He has got the goods. And clearly we talked about this a lot. The 49ers have way more information than we do. There could be something with the epilepsy. There could be something with some other things, and where you just have to go with the cleaner prospect. And the cleaner prospect at this time is Trey Lance. And Trey Lance is not going to disappoint us 49er fans. This is going to be something that we are going to be excited about because this guy clearly has got it. I'm not going to lie, felt like it was going to be Justin Fields, but I'm hyped that we got Trey Lance. Trey area, let's go, Niner faithful. Be hyped. Be hyped. This is a good pick. Even if you liked Justin Fields and you really wanted him to come to San Francisco, bro, we're good. We are good. We are absolutely good. Let's go.
You know the best part of this, Brad, is we can break down the rest of this draft happy with a smile, with not having to keep coming back to justify why it was Mac Jones. And instead we can sit here and talk about how excited 49ers fans should be for this future. And that's the thing. That's what makes the most sense to me is if you give up those kind of that kind of capital and that kind of investment, you want a guy that's going to be able to put you over the top like that. And man, did they get that guy, in my opinion. It's going to be really fun to see how he goes with Kyle. And again, being able to break down the rest of this draft calmly and happy. And
I'm getting more excited as it's settling in. I'm getting more and more excited because on the screen it says, "In Kyle we trust." Thank you, Kyle. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for not taking Mac Jones at 3. We are good. We got Trey Lance. Let's go, Focus.
Let's go, Focus. Yeah.
Focus. Boy, he's been wanting him for the longest. He's been getting in fights with other pages, all kinds of stuff. We see you, Focus. We know you're hyped as hell. Let's go. I'm happy for you, bro. Happy for all the 49er faithful right now because again, I see some people are upset. I get it. Fields is nice, but so is Lance. You just can't be upset that we didn't have as much exposure to Lance that we did Fields. And again, that was the whole thing. And so, who are the Falcons taking? Kyle Pitts to the Falcons.
Great pick. Great. I like the pick. I was on. I don't think you were on Clubhouse last night because we went live for a long time. But I talked on the Clubhouse last night about why Kyle Pitts is the prudent move here because you still have Matt Ryan. I don't think you're in a position where you take Justin Fields yet because you still have Matt Ryan for the next couple of years. Julio is getting old. He could be on his way out. not out, but he's past his prime, unfortunately. He's getting hurt a lot. But you have Calvin Ridley, who's a stud. You pair Pitts with him, and then whoever you ultimately address that quarterback position with after Matt Ryan is going to come into a great situation. And that's just a talent that's at 4 is so hard to pass up. If I recall correctly, I think that's the highest a tight end's ever been drafted, I think, right?
Ooh, that might be. That very well might be, because I'm trying to think of some other tight ends, and I think you're right. That might be the highest ever.
Man, I am excited, dude.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm so happy that it is not Mac Jones, because honestly, there was a pit in my stomach from when the 49ers passed on CeeDee Lamb, just because I had built up so much into CD and really wanted CD to be the pick. And so when it ended up being Kinlaw, it felt like a gut punch. I can guarantee you right now, I do not feel that way at all. Like, the rallying cry all off season has been anyone but Mac, and right now that's what we got. And Trey Lance could absolutely be a problem in this league for a very long time.
I'm excited, dude. And it start again. I think that we need to start. There's so much smoke that goes on, but the reporting was pretty solid, in my opinion. I think that there was an avenue that they could have been, lying a little bit or misleading us. But I think that as of now, it checks out that maybe they moved up comfortable with Mac and they just got blown away with Lance in the process. And again, I've been trying to say I like Justin Fields. I have nothing against the guy. Again, the only critique I've had is a little mechanical flaw. And then I don't know how bad epilepsy affects your draft stock. I know that's something that's
the thing. That's when that came out, man. I said it on the live. I was like, I had no concerns. I could live through the throwing stuff, but I was like, that's one thing that I cannot guarantee. Like, that's above my evaluation. I don't have access to the medical. I can't do any of that stuff. So that could very well have been a huge reason. But that's the thing. You get a young 20-year-old who is going to come and take over this league with Kyle Shanahan. You can still be a run-first team, do all the play action. He can turn his back to the defense. He can call protections. He can do all of that stuff. So he's going to fit right in with the San Francisco 49ers. I'm hyped, man. I'm trying to get all this stuff posted. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm stoked, dude. I cannot believe it.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to type on my lower keyboard so it doesn't make all noise. I am, whew.
So hyped. Let's go. And Angelic Ambition said, this is Trey area. I was going to be sick if we drafted Mac Jones. Schefter said that Lance tested off the charts psychologically. And again, that is a huge part of my evaluation for these quarterbacks. It was part of the reason why I like Fields so much. But again, what I've always said is without that 2020, you couldn't judge. I didn't watch Trey Lance live ever. It was all going back and like looking at games, and you just don't have that information. So clearly they met the person. The person was great. He fit everything from a football standpoint, being an extremely smart guy. So, dude, I'm hyped right now.
My bad. My phone, I got so locked up in the assignment, I forgot to plug in my phone,
Let's
dude.
Go.
1 sec. I'll be right back up on the IG.
This is legit. So this is going to be fun again. So now we can just kind of kick back a little bit.
Brad. Yeah,
relax.
I'm down on IG. I'll be right back when I boot it up on here. My bad.
What happened to Jordan? You fell out of IG.
1 sec.
Let's try and get him back in here. Wow. How are the faithful feeling? How are the faithful feeling? How do you guys feel? What are you thinking of this pick? How do you guys feel? We will get your guys' feelings up here. I want to hear from you guys. Are you guys hyped? Are you guys hyped for Trey area? Huh? You hyped? What's the vibe? We are saved. Alexander on YouTube said he watched Trey Lance in high school. You guys have an amazing career ahead of you. Basically, he's saying he's been on this kid. Trey Lance is for real. I'm super excited. I started doing a bunch of Trey Lance study as of late, starting to see who he was as a person. It is impossible. It is impossible to not like Trey Lance. It is impossible. Once you start to see who this kid is, once you get an idea of who he is and what he's about and his whole vibe and everything, it is really difficult to not like Trey Lance. Trey just won you 450, 475. Hell yeah. We want Trey winning us money. Trey's already bringing good fortune to the Bay. Let's go. Let's go. No Mac Jones around here, boys.
I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it.
Let's go. Let's go. Jordan just dropped out of IG. We don't know where Jordan went. Jordan just disappeared. So now we get to watch. Now we get to watch Mac Jones free fall.
That's right. You got the.
But it's Trey area. Let's go, Trey area. You know the vibe. Trey's gonna fit in just perfectly. If you guys didn't know, Trey Lance's pops was actually on the 49ers. He was in camp. I don't think he actually made an active roster, but his pops had some time in the Bay with the 49ers. So you got some 49er blood in him. You got some 49er blood in Trey Lance. So get hyped, guys. Get hyped. I'm telling you, don't be bummed. Do not be bummed with this pick at all. Really, do not be bummed. This is great. I don't know what happened to Jordan. Hopefully we'll get him back on the stream soon. But catch me up. What am I missing? I'm too hyped on Trey Lance right now. I'm too hyped on Trey Lance right now.
Hopefully we'll get him back on the stream soon.
Let's go.
But
I'm super excited.
Catch me up. What am I missing? I'm too hyped on Trey Lance right now.
Super excited. We got a good one. We got a good one. Let's go. There he is. Get back in here. Yeah. I think you're good because we're all just hyped as hell right now. Yeah, you can't be upset. You can't be upset. Like I always said, I love Fields and I love Fields for, what I watched him for. But you can't, that takes nothing away from Trey Lance. Trey Lance is a great prospect. I'm honestly I didn't know if they were going to actually do it and take him number 3 overall, but I think it's going to come out to be a really good decision for the future of the 49ers. Again, you got a 20-year-old. This dude is 20 years old. He's not even done growing. He's not even done growing. So he's going to keep getting better. Again, we've talked about all the attributes that he has physically. I mean, I always compare him to his running style. To me, feels like Derrick Henry from the quarterback position. The way he lowers his shoulder and runs through you. Cincinnati took Jamar Chase. Yeah, we did. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. And you know the positional value. You can find starting offensive linemen in the second and third and fourth round. So you'll be able to go find starting offensive linemen later. I love the pick. I think Jamar Chase with Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Boyd in the slot. Wow.
That's a solid unit, dude. If they start running that 11 personnel, they're looking pretty good. With Joe Mixon two back, like, that's an explosive Joe Mixon offense
going, man.
And you know as an offensive lineman, if they come back and they address the guard position, you know who would be a great fit for Cincinnati? And I hope that the team is very good because I'm rooting for him as a person. I think Quinn would be a good fit there in Cincinnati.
I agree. I think he'd be a fantastic fit. He would slot in really nice. Really nice.
Who do you think the Dolphins go with here? Now this gets interesting. Did they just take because Pitts and do they take Devontae Smith? Like who they moved back? They gave the 49ers this runway to select Trey Lance, and in the process they lost out on arguably the two best receiving threats in this class. Is there a chance that they take Justin Fields here?
Could be. But Josh says Jordan McShay has been pounding the table for Trey. Now think about how the rest of the draft will line up for the Niners. Gems. Jordan. See, this is why Jordan's a guy, dude. He's good, man. He's good. He's a smart cat.
Thank you, Josh. And to be completely transparent, I have wavered this entire process since they moved up the last month. I liked things about all of them, but when I really had to make a decision for one, it was Trey for me. So I appreciate the shout out, thank you. But Brad's been big on Trey too. Him and I have talked a bunch about it off air. He's just even before we went on, I double checked. I'm like, hey, if it's not Fields, I know you're gonna be a little bummed. You're gonna be okay with Lance. Dude was 100% on board. Like we are ecstatic right now. The atmosphere is electric. It's electric, folks. I am just
electric.
Oh my god. Woo! I love the drip too. Brad so Brad and I hung out on Saturday. We had a little event with one of our guys was running a pro day. And let me tell you, Brad looks like an NFL scout, and he came dressed like an NFL scout. Like this man knows his way around his drip.
Hey, so I'm just trying to be like Jordan. I'm trying to be like Jordan McShay out here, man. We got Brad Kuiper and Jordan McShay. Let's go. We taking over. Did they pick? Did they put in the pick for the Dolphins?
The pick is in for the Dolphins right now. Hey, speaking of drip, I like Jamar Chase has got some drip going on.
He does, dude. I like that pick, man. Oh, dude, what a day. I'm so happy. I'm like you know how like what is it? Like people, athletes, NFL players, whatever, you play at a high level, they talk about, I hate losing more than I like winning. Like if we took Mac, it would have felt like an L, right? And I like honestly, just like the motivation to not get Mac Jones was so damn strong. And we talked about this, like literally what we're looking at between Justin Fields and Patrick Mahomes, or not Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Fields and Trey Lance is kind of like Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. They kind of have the same setup, and we kind of got our Mahomes. You know, we got our. He's not as much of a gunslinger or that kind of guy as Mahomes is. He's way more pro style in the pocket, all that kind of stuff. But now I'm hyped.
If I remember correctly, when we did one of our first mocks, that was like the full 32 teams. Excuse me, you had Waddle to the Dolphins, right? If I remember correctly, in one of them, was that you?
I could have. I don't remember.
All right, because that's who they just took.
Waddle to the. Let's go. Get Tua some weapons. So now we've had this discussion. I said I would go offensive line before wide receiver. Now 2 teams who have need offensive line help have opted for wide receiver over offensive line.
So I'm going to call this one right here. I think that New England is going to trade up right now to 7 to take Justin Fields. I'm going to throw that out there. I could be completely wrong. I think that New England is going to move up to 7 right now after this pick, and Justin Fields comes off the board right here.
Justin Fields comes off the board right here?
I think Justin Fields, New England's going to move up for Fields right now. I might even throw that out there on Twitter and risk the backlash of being wrong about it. But
dude, I can't believe we got Trey. That's so wild. I mean, think about that though. Think about what Trey had to do to get picked number 2 overall. No 2020. The only game he did play in 2020 was probably his worst game. And then going through the offseason, working with his quarterback trainers and doing all of those kinds of things to then find himself number 3 overall out of North Dakota State. No major offers at quarterback. Trey Lance coming out of high school had 0 D1 offers to play quarterback. He had offers to play safety. He had offers to play defensive end. He had offers to play other positions other than quarterback, which is why he went to North Dakota State. He decided he wanted to play quarterback. That was his path. So he opted out of going D1 to ensure he could play quarterback. Went to North Dakota State and now finds himself as the number 3 overall pick to the San Francisco 49ers. Wow. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. What a day. What a day. Did they take Mac? Why is Mac on the screen? Oh, they're
probably because of Waddle. Okay, so they're not moving up. Who's Detroit taking?
Dude, I can't believe it. Let's go. Trey to the Bay. Let's go. Oh my gosh. I got to make sure I got to go change all my Twitter stuff. Welcome to Trey area. Let's go. That was dope.
Hey, faithful to the Trey is going to start catching on too, dude.
Ooh, faithful to the Trey. Let's go.
I stole that from Tessa, though. That's 100% Tessa's script. I'm not taking credit for that one. Tessa Sunshine on Twitter, folks. She's the mastermind behind that one. But yeah, that's I thought that was pretty catchy when I heard that. I was like, might need to make some T-shirts up or something, man. And you know what's going to be popping? That OnlyShan shit's going to be popping when he starts slicing and dicing.
Yes,
with his franchise quarterback.
Wow, dude! So what a roller coaster. We went through part of today, thinking, "Oh, look at Mac. Oh, poor Mac."
So Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Real quick before the pick comes in, it has to be Sewell then, right? The Lions are going to take Penei Sewell. It's going to be the start of the kneecapping.
Well, we heard that they were trying to go up and trade for Jamar Chase with the Falcons, but they wanted too much. So maybe they could go Devontae Smith here and get another wide receiver for Goff, or take a Fields.
Are you surprised Waddle went before Smith? Because I'm not. I would have taken Waddle over Smith too, personally. I like
no,
Devontae
because
Smith
I feel
a lot.
like that's always how it works. They always tend to opt for the speed. Just like Ruggs was the first wide receiver off the board last year. He, in my opinion, he wasn't the better wide receiver, but he had when you have that speed, right? You can't teach speed. And he had the ability to make contested catches, make catches across the field, run all the routes, and do all that. So I think when you have that type of potential, it always is going to push you up to the top. So I'm not surprised at all. Oh, look at the Detroit Lions. They're hyped.
I like how they're bringing the fans out there for this big reclining chair for their little moment. That's kind of cool, especially after the past year where everything's been a little disconnected and everything.
Yeah.
I like that. That's cool. Yeah, Penei Sewell. Yeah,
and I like that.
Gotta protect our Cal guy, Jared Goff. Gotta take care of Jared Goff.
We want Goff to come back and have a little success, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Is Sewell hurt? Did he get surgery on his leg or something?
I don't know. Is he wearing a cast or something?
He's not getting. Oh, never mind. No, that's him in the middle. Never mind. That's my bad. I thought he was sitting in the recliner for a second. My screen's hella blurry. My phone's in front of my screen, so I thought he was sitting to the right of his dad, not to the left. It must have been a relative. He did not hop up quickly. I was like, wait, what are you doing, Penei? Like, come on, man. Yeah, no, he's hyped.
Get up. Where's that burst at? Wow, that's crazy. I'm still geeking over Trey Lance, man.
This is where it gets really interesting now. Does Carolina take Fields? Maybe, but they got Darnold. Like
there has got to be some kind of concern with that epilepsy.
I've tried, dude. I'm telling you, it's that, or maybe it's the elbow. And as much as people gave Chris Sims a bunch of crap, like. He was that first one.
What if Fields goes
32nd, dude? Oh my God, could you imagine? I don't think he'll fall that far, but I think it's the epilepsy and it's that throwing motion. Like I remember, I've done multiple shows with you where I've talked about how I think Trey Lance's throwing motion is more natural. It's more aesthetically pleasing for sure, but it just seems like it's more easy, more relaxed, more natural.
Oh, that elbow with Fields is much better than Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. Much better. And the ball just zips. That was one of the things, like when he was posting his workout videos in the offseason and all that kind of stuff. It was when you were watching just the way his feet and his arms and the whole setup and the way he throws the ball, it's absolutely beautiful.
Wow. Trey Lance, man. I keep playing this over in my head. I can't believe that they actually did it, dude. I'm so happy.
I can't believe they actually did it either. I really can't believe they did it.
I had a whole folder of plays I liked from Mac Jones from this past year that I had queued up in my Finder. I literally made an entire folder of all 22 films of good Mac Jones plays, and I'm throwing it in the trash. I don't care anymore. I'm literally going to put it in the trash folder on my computer and never look at it again.
Good. Erase it permanently.
All right, let's see. Where is I wonder if they're fielding calls right now, because I know so New England and Carolina were rumored to be very high on Fields, but again, these teams might not feel comfortable taking him with the epilepsy and stuff. Like I don't think it's a character concern whatsoever. I think it's this year, and it's been reported too that there's been a lot of medical. There hasn't been as much transparency with the medicals. They've had a hard time. I don't know if you saw our guy Curran out of Cal, the tackle. Got taken off a lot of teams' boards today because he had an EKG problem. He had something that never really showed symptoms, but they're not willing to take that risk. And he's a later round guy, but still, like the morning of the draft, usually your board's locked and loaded for a good week or so before the draft starts. It's been a strange year. So there has to be something going on with Fields, because I don't question his character whatsoever. I think he's an upstanding person. I think he's a great leader. Everything we've heard, his work ethic is good. It has to be some kind of medical stuff. And I think ultimately, I don't think that it's fair to say that Trey Lance is really smarter, but he kept hearing reports, not I. I mean, we were all privy to the information, but we saw a lot of these big name blue checkmark guys reporting that Trey Lance to some teams was the smartest quarterback in the draft. And I think ultimately that's the one thing that Kyle Shanahan will prioritize over everything is the ability to process and go through your reads. And I'm not naming any names, but I know there's a lot of people that I've debated with on Twitter here and there that said that Trey Lance was a one-read quarterback that are going to look really foolish, I think, in a few months. And again, I'm not petty. Yep. I'm not sitting here trying to call anybody out, but I don't think Kyle Shanahan would have mortgaged those picks if he thought that Trey Lance was a one-read quarterback. So
absolutely,
I'm excited, dude.
Not.
Let's
excited, dude.
Let's go, dude.
I got plenty of receipts too backing up my support for Trey, so I'm not worried about it. I never slandered Trey once. Not once, because he never was deserving of any slander.
I respect having conviction, but when you're unsure and when it's a decision this big, it's always good to there's nothing wrong with saying, I like Justin Fields a little bit better, but I really like Trey Lance or whatever your stance may be. The mistake people make is they say, I really like this guy, and he's so much better than that guy. But at least you have to always give yourself room to hedge a little bit. And again, you want to have conviction in your beliefs, but I think so many people get so, and I've been victim of the same thing, dude, where I get so wrapped up in a take that I'm like, no, I'm confident in this. But it's always really good to leave yourself.
Jordan, breaking news. It's not breaking news. I'm gonna pull up. So Shanahan's actually speaking right now. So let's, if you guys are on Instagram and you want to watch Shanahan talk, head over to YouTube. So I'm going to share the screen. We'll get Shanahan up here talking, and so
I will shut up so he can speak.
So let's get the Shanna plan going.
Only Shans, baby. Let's get it, Kyle.
Let's go. Look at him.
That's my coach.
Look at Coach. All that Mac Jones talk, huh?
You try to lower your head and you try to do what's right and not be affected by any of that. And it's just been interesting to watch. And I'm sure glad that it's over.
God, dude. Oh, my. I'm so happy.
Just pumped to get him here.
I'm so happy, too.
I think the only thing I'll add to that, because that's a really good timeline. And I think a pretty comprehensive
they can't hear it.
Outlook at kind of where we've been. But
that sucks.
I think
you can hear it through. Is that because of maybe it's through this you can hear it?
We got to tell Trey Lance, and Trey Lance didn't know before that. And we got to make a young man's dreams and a family's dreams. And I think. Dang,
JC Horn just went to Carolina at 8.
Impressed us as much on the field as he did off the field, and he was outstanding in both ways. And that goes for a lot of these guys, but with Trey, it was a special moment to be able to talk to him because I think it was true surprise.
Good for Trey Lance.
He had a hunch, I believe, and I'm interested
in
him. But that was the first time when we were able to call him, so that was a pretty special moment.
Okay, so some of the
it's going to be great.
Also was that there was talks of you guys possibly trading for a veteran quarterback that belongs to another team. So, were there any talks yesterday or consideration about pursuing a trade for such a player?
I'll answer that, Cam. And you're talking about the MVP of our league last year, and I don't know about you guys, but to me, when the MVP of the league might be available, and I didn't know that, I'm just reading the tea leaves just like everybody else and saying, hold on, is something going on here? We inquired, and it was.
So John Lynch confirmed about inquiring about Aaron Rodgers.
As we said, we've been convicted and excited for a long, long time. So we went right back to where we've been, and that's really excited about adding Trey Lance to the 49ers, and we're thrilled about that.
This is for Kyle. And since, John, you said that you're going to defer to Kyle for this decision, take us through Trey Lance. What is it about
this is wild
that attracted you?
And if you guys are on IG, we're on YouTube. We're watching the press conference right now with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. So that's why we're a little quiet right now. We're just listening in.
The quarterback position, how he executes his own offense, just kind of the
natural feeling he has for the quarterback position, which that part entails getting the ball to the right spots. You try to figure out what plays they're doing and does the ball go to where it should go to. When nothing is there, how quick are they to recognize and make it off schedule or to get rid of it, just not take a sack and don't make it worse. And you start to watch some of that stuff with him, and I loved his natural ability to play the position, which was very impressive. And then when you add on a type of running element, which I've always been intrigued with, but when you got a guy who's got the skill sets as far as speed and size, to where you're not going to make him a runner, but if you can get in certain formations where the defense knows you will run them if they don't honor them, now everything's different. And if you can ever get a guy like that and make 11 on 11 football, then I think you got a guy who can change some things for you. But it always comes down to, you can dabble in that, but you better be confident they can do everything else. And, he's played a year of football. It is at a smaller school. So that does take, it takes work and stuff. I mean, you're not going to see it all. So that's why it is a hard process. And that's why there is no guarantees for any of us. So it's about believing. And you see what they ask someone to do, and you see it very consistent and done at a high level. And then you look at the skill set, all the high weight and speed, and that stuff that to me comes last. And then you try to get to know the person. And that's what was really cool about where we got, that I didn't have to be sneaky with trying to know someone, where he could know I was trying to get to know him. I could say a lot of stuff to him. I could be very upfront with him. And I got to know him. And he's a guy that I think is a very good person, comes from a very good family. I think he's very impressive in terms of his intellect, how he deals with people, how he just handles his social situation. And
I'm going to shut IG down. If you guys want to keep watching the stream, we're on YouTube. I'm just going to shut it down because we're obviously not talking. We're watching the press conference. We'll maybe bring it back up. If you guys want to continue on the stream, head over to YouTube and hop in over there. Just search the SF Niners. I'm going to bring this down, but we might be back in a sec. Oh, wait, no, our audio is hooked up to the phone, actually.
First of all, I'm glad you asked about Jimmy. I totally bombed that on Monday. Hated how that came off. I talked to Jimmy about it right away. I didn't realize it when I did it. Person I have a relationship with who sometimes when he asks me what I think is a silly question, sometimes I mess with him back, and that's kind of what I was doing. And that was between me and that guy. It had nothing to do with Jimmy. When I said I didn't know if we'd be alive on Sunday, I was just trying not to get my typical answer of, guys, anybody can be traded. If you get a bunch of ones, John should trade me, and I shouldn't be here on Sunday. Now, that's the answer for every person on our team. But Jimmy's situation is, if he isn't here on Sunday, I would be disappointed, because Jimmy is a quarterback who's played 1 year and took us to a Super Bowl and played at a very high level. He's had some fortunate injuries, but I believe in Jimmy as a person, and he's shown what he can do on tape. Now, we made this move, so it's obvious what I hope and what I believe in with this guy coming in. But it would be a very tough situation if Jimmy's not on our team. I think I want Jimmy to be here, and I want him to be brought along. I want to see how he does.
What a good graphic. 49ers just posted a banger.
If he showed he was ready for it and stuff. But we know where Jimmy's at. He hasn't played football in a year. He hasn't been to an OTA. I'd love to get him out here. It'd be very picture situation. Jimmy's not here on Sunday, because that would be, I think, very stressful for us, because Jimmy's a very good player, and I think we can win with him. So we'll play that by ear, but I expect Jimmy to be here, and I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Hey, Kyle, one of the things that jumped out with Trey that I'm just curious how much it factored into your evaluation. He's the one guy out of this group that was under center, did play action a lot, turned his back to the defense. How much does that maybe factor into what you're looking at, just in terms of being able to project what they could become?
I think that just for everybody who tries to guess what we're guessing, that stuff just makes our job easier. It's not like, oh, this guy plays in your scheme, or you can see something that, all right, that's why I'm taking the person. That helps people. It helps you visualize something better and helps you can anticipate how to be at the next level. So it makes your job easier, but that's about it. I like that he had a bunch of stuff under center. It was good to see him do some play actions and stuff, but by no means is that what made it. That's why you got to look into so many different things, and that's what was harder about not having 2020. It was harder not being able to personally work out a guy, things like that. But That's also why I think for us to get where we got with all these guys and to be as aggressive as we were, I think it had to be at this spot because we couldn't have done as thorough of a job as we did. And I mean, everything is an educated guess. And I feel very confident with our process, with my own life experiences and what I've been through, with the help of John, our staff, everyone in here. I feel very pumped who we got, and I feel very confident who we got. And we'll see how he does now. The more you can see on tape in college,
the Broncos took Fields.
This guy made us feel very confident.
Yes. The Broncos took Fields. Wow.
I have 2 questions, if I may. The first one, people talk about Trey Lance's accuracy as an area to improve. Do you view that trait or that ability as something that
I doubt
you
it.
coach up in terms of fundamentals or whatever? And also, how involved was Mike Shanahan in the evaluation process?
I saw something else come across. Oh, no, I saw it too. No, I got it too.
Accuracy is going to come down to
Dang, they got a bunch of DBs.
Accuracy by getting their feet in the right spots and doing things like that. I'm never going to sit there and demonstrate or try to pretend to tell him exactly how he needs to throw it. I try to get his feet in the right spot.
That is crazy.
If you're in a balanced position and you're in the club as an NFL thrower, you will be. If things get off and your feet aren't under you, your accuracy is going to follow. So you always hear it from me. But if someone struggles with that, you got to count on the person to put the work in the off season. Where do they go to some of these guys? They work on it January, April, and then they get back with us, and it's about tying your arm into your feet and to a rhythm of an offense. The second question about my dad, it's hilarious, not hilarious, but the speculation of my dad is crazy. I have a dad who I love more than anything, who is who loves football too. Every building I've been in, going back to Tampa Bay, Jim Gruden used to come in with us all the time. Dads love to be around football, and my dad does probably more than most, and he really enjoys watching it.
I love Kyle, man.
Going on the 5th year in a row, my dad's come out in April for 3 weeks, mainly to let my mom get a break from him, spend some time with the grandkids, and to come watch what we're all watching, because we just sit in a room, 30 of us, and watch college players all day. And it's something I feel very fortunate that I have with my dad. I think a lot of people want to have with their dad. Some people go golfing together. It's really cool that my dad can come and watch football with us. But to think that he's part of this evaluation and stuff is it's the same as I kind of feel about everything else. I'm not mad at anyone for it, but when people make speculations and we don't come out and say exactly whether it's right or wrong, then I get how it takes on legs and goes all these directions. But hopefully people believe it.
let me help Kyle out there, Chris, too, a little. Year one, in April, Mike started, being out here, and I think there was one day where I said, "Hey, Kyle, can I ask you something? Because I understand, we're new here, but your dad's resume speaks for itself. He was my coach as well for 4 years. I'd like to have him in the draft room, and Kyle wasn't too keen on that. And, I said, believe me, man, this is a guy who's won 2 Super Bowls. He's learned more football than, I think most people that have ever been around. And so he's up there. He rarely says anything. Usually I have to ask the question or now we're all comfortable to where, other people will ask of it. And I think it's invaluable. He doesn't speak much. But he's a very valuable resource, and I think, like Kyle said, it's a special deal that he gets to experience. He happens to be very knowledgeable, and we try to use that as an asset for our organization.
Hey, guys, feeling pressure. I want to ask a question that's going to make Kyle respond and then have to apologize to a player. I'm going to choke, I think. Anyway, I think you basically answered this, but when you moved up to number 3, you all said that, you had 3 players you had identified as being worthy of that pick. Just to be clear, that was Trevor Lawrence.
Actually, I'm just going to bring this.
He said Lawrence, Wilson, and Lance. Eric, I think, everybody's been operating under the assumption too. I think for a while, the understanding in the league, it was probably going to be Lawrence to Jacksonville, Zach Wilson to the Jets. Now, obviously, we do our due diligence. I think what we've been talking about is the other three that presented themselves. And we saw them as very talented prospects. I mean, this is a very good quarterback class. Who knows what it will become? But those are the three I think we've been referencing more than anything. We never make assumptions. We do our due diligence on each of them. We did on Trevor Lawrence. We did on Zach Wilson. But we felt pretty secure with relationships, with intel, and just kind of it was pretty obvious that's where they were going. And it was the other three, that we had in contention when we made that move.
Yeah, there's been so much speculation on all this. That's why I'm hoping we're clearing some stuff up for people. But we assumed the guys were going 1 and 2, and we were hoping there was gonna be 3 we're gonna like, and just clearing all that up at the time, going just off tape, not talking to anyone. I personally, there was 2 that I thought, oh, for sure, like just off the tape. But we can go through a lot of this stuff and see more. It's not ending. It's this is conversations that we feel in January. I don't know exactly when the trade happened, but just off of the tape and not doing anything, there was 2 guys I thought we could get that weren't going on 1 and 2, that we would have taken anywhere from 3 all the way to 12. Then we moved up to 3, and going through the process, then I personally thought there was 3 guys that we would take. We definitely have it in order and which ones we'd want first and stuff like that, and that's what we spend our time doing. And that was pretty cool to get there and realize, man, all these guys we like. Doesn't mean anyone's a slam dunk. It doesn't guarantee anything. But we did know that we wanted to get a quarterback. And the only way we could guarantee it, we thought back in January, trying to think of where these guys were going to go after 2, we could come up with a spot all the way from 3 all the way to 11. And we're like, man, we might not get anyone. And at the time, the thoughts that we had, we didn't think that was an option. And I like what we did. When you get there, and then you end up feeling stronger about the 2 guys that you already felt good about, and that 3rd guy ends up being a candidate too. Felt good through the whole process, and it got stronger as we looked more into it.
This is for both of you. It sounded like, or Jed was kind of tweeting things that he didn't know who the pick was. Is this, you said it was a unique situation. Did you really not know who the pick was? And is this the first time you've been on a team or around a team where the owner actually didn't know who the pick was going to be?
We were in the bunker. Apparently, there's been some entertaining stuff going on, and I'm not. Yeah, he writes the check, so I tweet away. Yes, Jed knew. We shared with him this. Like Kyle and I said, we've known for a couple of weeks, and had a good feeling for a while, but we wanted to let the process, and we committed to each other to let the process run its course. And so officially this Monday, Kyle and I, kind of tied it, put a bow on it. So this is where we're going, and we did that, and I believe it was Wednesday when we told Jed. So he'll tweet it
real quick. Brad, did you see the trade that just happened?
But we let him know on Wednesday, and that was the extent of it. And,
Yo, Brad, can you hear me?
Last night, we got to tell him today, and the rest, everybody else was kind of they learned when you learned, when Trey learned, and that to us is pretty cool. Let me make no mistake. That is, some people equate that with a lack of confidence, and it had nothing to do with it. We felt like we were in a unique situation. So number one, look out for the best interest, because you never know what's going to happen. Who knows? The MVP of the league might become a
Yeah, so Brad's working on fixing the audio. I don't know if you guys in the comments, if you can hear me. I don't know if you can or not, but I know Brad's working to fix the audio on his end. I hope you guys can hear me still, and we're not broken on both ends. If somebody in the comments could verify that just to make sure, that'd be dope. Okay. Yes.
I can hear you.
Literally two.
Okay, yeah, you went dark for a little bit, man. We couldn't hear you.
To meet the
Oh, my bad. I've been trying to tweet this press conference. My bad.
Oh, okay. No, you're good. Yeah, so the Eagles and Philly, they had this big trade, and I like the move. So it's kind of cool if you think about it. The Eagles trade up with Dallas with the Giants in between, and immediately in one of the group chats I met, I'm like, oh, this is for Devonta Smith. They jump ahead of the Giants to take what many perceive to be the next best wide receiver on the board, and it's a three-way kind of – you're trading with another NFC East team to jump over an NFC East team. So it's kind of interesting, that dynamic, because we know how much the Cowboys and Eagles dislike each other with the Giants too. So that was a very interesting trade. And I thought it would be maybe Rashawn Slater off the board there. So Slater's falling a little bit more than I expected him to, and it's lining up perfectly for the Chargers to take him at 13, and I would be ecstatic if I was the Chargers and I got Rashawn Slater at 13.
So Rashawn Slater's falling?
Yeah, and Chicago just traded up to number 11.
Oh,
so who are they taking? Justin Fields? Justin, poor guy. This poor guy. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
And Gettleman traded down. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Gettleman never trades down.
He just did. And as you know why? It's because he got sniped for Devonta Smith. He was too slow to the draw.
All right, cool. So I'm going to bring down this. Let's go. All right, let's pick back up.
Let's get excited, man. Trey Lance is a 49er. I am ecstatic, dude, honestly. Like, absolutely. And this is my whole thing too, is that they're in a, like I said yesterday, they're in a great position. They don't have to dump Jimmy yet, but
real quick. Let's pull up live again. Let's pull up live. We'll have our audio connected through there, and let's get going again on live.
On Instagram?
Yeah.
Or on here? Okay. 1 second.
So we just kind of took it down because we were doing the press conference there real quick, but we're back now. All
right, so let's see. Chicago got number 11, next year's one, a 5 and a 4. Yeah, it's got to be Fields. Got to be Fields.
All right, I'm going live now, so I'll pull you up, and then we'll mute computer, go live audio through the phone.
All right, 1 sec.
All right, and then once you're on, we'll get going. We'll get going again. Trey area, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, gang. We got Trey. How we feeling? How we feeling in the chat? How are we feeling? We just got done watching. We took a break to watch the press conference. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media. So how are you feeling, Jordan? Now that we just got done with the presser, how are you feeling? Let's not, because YouTube, you
emphatic swear word if I could. Okay, I forgot we're on YouTube too, but I'm very excited. I think you guys can imagine the word that would be there. I'm going to be respectful, but yes, I am pumped. I am ecstatic. The atmosphere is electric.
It's electric.
Faithful to the Trey at Trey, like
Trey area.
I ordered my Trey Lance jersey. Real. I saw that in the chat just now. I'm stoked for you, but I will throw this out there. The 49ers did drop that sick patch that's going to be on the jerseys this year. So I would just I'm excited.
And you don't know what number he is yet. You don't know what number he is.
So I would hold off, but I appreciate the excitement. I'm just throwing it out there, just something to think about, because I was going to do the same thing. If they got Aaron Rodgers today, I would have ordered a jersey right away. But I was like, damn, I kind of want that 75th anniversary patch on there. So I know everybody's excited. I'm with you too. But, that patch is pretty sweet. And it looks like Justin Fields is about to come off the board right now too. There's no way that Chicago gave up all that to take Mac Jones.
I hope so.
I kind of it's not the worst situation. I think Matt Nagy's awful, but Allen Robinson is a great wide receiver. Darnell Mooney is a great wide receiver too.
Cole Kmet is waiting to blow up.
Cole Kmet, yeah.
Come on,
I'm
Cole.
with you there.
Give me something, Cole.
And hey, they don't get Russell Wilson, but they get Kirkland Russell Wilson, just like we've talked about. They get the Kirkland brand Russell Wilson. It would have been nice if they took Russell Wilson out of the NFC West.
It would have been fantastic.
Yeah, so here goes Fields off the board. Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
I like that he didn't go to New England. I'm not going to lie. I like that he didn't go to New England.
One more team needs to take Mac Jones before New England comes up, and I will feel good about Jimmy getting moved. One more team.
All right,
Washington football team, come on down. Take Mac Jones.
All right. Oh, man. Now we can just enjoy the draft. We can just enjoy it. We just watch it, knowing that we got Trey Lance to the Bay. Let's go. But we still posting out here. We still posting.
I'm juiced, dude. Let's go. And honestly, Kyle talked about it a little bit in the presser, but man, some of the RPO stuff he can run, some of the zone read, some of the stuff, even if Jimmy is the guy to start the season, which again, I don't envision that being the scenario, but hypothetically, let's go down the avenue where Jimmy starts. You can utilize Trey Lance on the field at the same time as Jimmy. Kyle Shanahan is about to have
you're pulling out the two quarterbacks at the same time?
Two quarterbacks at the same time. Brains. Double trouble. Kyle Shanahan is about to show everybody why he is the mega mind of the NFL. This man's brain is about to be...
Fire Saga double trouble on me? Oh, no. Oh, no. You're going to pull out the... That's so funny, dude. But Trey Lance, honestly... is such a good fit for what we're trying to do, man. Let's go. George Kittle just tweeted, Trey Bay. It's going down for real.
And that's the thing is you have to love Kittle so much because the guy is obviously very close with Jimmy. He has great adoration for Jimmy, but he's going to be so welcoming. And he's a guy that I think would run through a wall for anybody wearing that red and gold or any tight end playing the sport of football. He has an alliance to both of those things, and I respect the hell out of it.
He will shepherd any tight end that enters into this league and ensure that they are in good hands. He is a great advocate.
You know what was, and I know people might get upset about it because it's still bad, but one of my favorite things from the entire Super Bowl week was that first opening night when they all went out there and that picture he took with Travis Kelce and all it said was tight end forever, on his Instagram. And it embodied so much of what George Kittle was because they're getting ready to take each other on in the Super Bowl, the biggest game of the year, and he's like, nah, hold up. I'm going to hold it down for the position that may not, it's starting to get some love, but hasn't really gotten the love it's deserved over the years. I love George Kittle, man. He's a great dude. I'm really happy he's a 49er.
Hell yeah, and it's looking like a lot of fun right now, man. It's looking great because, again, we talked about, and I love what Kyle said. I think Grant was the one who asked him, how was it the scouting process because of 2020 and the COVID year and not having the tape in 2020, which was always my biggest thing. It was it was hard for me because I didn't have the same, access that they do. But what he said is he had so many good reps in 2019 that it was just hard to deny. It was just so hard to deny how good Trey was as a 19-year-old at North Dakota State. He said, I think there's 120 positive clips that they had of Trey. As Justin Fields goes off the board to Chicago, good for Justin. I'm glad he didn't slide too long. I'm going to be a big fan of Justin. Dude, it's going to be crazy, dude, because now this affects all my dynasty drafts and all my rankings and all that stuff. But honestly, I was going to take Justin Fields at some spots. Like I had 2 overall. I might take Trey Lance now.
Is Trey Lance the 1-1 in Superflex? Is he the number 1 in Superflex leagues now? Like you could make the argument he is. Dude, I know
you absolutely could in the system that he is. You could absolutely make.
He might be 1-1,
with
dude.
His age too.
Yeah,
20 years
he
old.
might be 1-1, which is crazy.
He might be 1-1, which was not expected. But the fit that he lands in, Trey Lance landed in the best possible position out of any one of these quarterbacks. So it's absolutely wild. Kyle's going to have a lot of fun with him, man. He is going to have a lot of fun. I'm excited to see zone read. I want to see zone read integrated into his system. I want to see them hold the defensive ends at the line of scrimmage. I don't want them crashing down, filling gaps, none of that. I'm super excited to see what he can bring to the table.
So with Fields, real quick, do you think it has to be, because we've talked about for a few days leading up to this, it has to be some kind of medical red flag with the epilepsy, maybe something going on, because talented wise, you could argue Trey Lance is better. I made that argument personally that there's things I like about Trey Lance more than him. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, you like, how does it happen? But Denver passing on him, Carolina passing on him, Chicago's really just I'm not trying to downplay Justin Fields' ability at all, but Chicago's in a position of desperation that those other teams aren't. So them moving up to do that doesn't surprise me as much, but there has to be something going on with it, because I don't think that there was enough with his play. Because again, I didn't like some things about his mechanics, but you can teach mechanics. If you look at Aaron Rodgers, the way Jeff Tedford coached him versus the way the Packers coaches coached him after he came to the NFL, 2 totally different players when you're looking at them from an aesthetic point of view. So it has to be the epilepsy thing, right? Like that. I'm waiting to see.
That's my gut
reaction.
Because when that whole thing came down, that's exactly what I thought of. I was like, oh no, because again, that's beyond just what you're watching on the field, and that's the thing about scouting and evaluating, is there's so much more that goes into this process than just seeing what they do on the field. The medical matters a lot more than a lot of people like to give it credit for. So if there's any concern at all that, hey, there could be medical issues, sooner rather than later, you have no idea, that could be enough for them to be like, all right, well, when we're looking at 2 comparable prospects, we just feel comfortable with taking Trey Lance over a guy that has a potential, because at the end of the day, it's a issue with the brain and with how cognitive everyone is in the NFL to brain trauma and brain injuries. Again, that was my big thing, man. When that report came across, I was like, that has, I think, legitimate weight into what happens at 3. That's not taking away anything from Trey Lance at all, but to kind of see the slide that we saw out of Fields, I have to feel that there's something else to that as well. And that has to be, could be a mechanical thing, or it could just come down to the medical at the end of the day. It really could just come down to the medical.
Wow, Dallas is taking Parsons. It's kind of surprising. Yeah, it's kind of surprising. I mean,
so you got
Van Der Esch has been hurt, Jaelan Smith and him. 3 linebackers. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that.
I thought they would go corner, but maybe their corners went that they wanted to take, and that was next best available on their board at that time.
I would have taken Slater, dude.
Yeah, I mean, their offensive line is getting old. Tyron Smith is getting old. He's getting up there in age. I think he was a little bit hurt too last year. So that is, I mean, Micah Parsons has a lot of upside and is one of those freak type athletes that can do a bunch of different things. So maybe, I think honestly it feels like the cornerbacks weren't there that they wanted. Caleb Farley, unfortunately, is going to have those issues because of the back and all of that. And so he's probably going to fall out quite a bit. It kind of feels like Caleb Farley is going to fall out really far at this point.
Maybe the Niners make a move for it. I don't know. We'll see. I'm so interested to see if the Niners move up for Najee like we were thinking about. But I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. I don't really care. I'm elated. The Niners don't have Mac Jones. They didn't trade up for 3 first-round picks worth of picks for Mac Jones. So I really don't you can't tell me anything tonight. I am ecstatic. I hope everyone else is vibing on the same level. I know there's some people that are going to be a little disappointed or they're worried about an FCS player, this and that. I like it. And that's the thing is, remember we talked about on the show, we talked about this pick was going to tell a lot about what Kyle's vision is for not only the 49ers, but for the NFL as a whole for the next 5 to 10 years. And what Kyle saw was that there was as good as he was, there was a wave of toolsy guys that he needed to adapt and catch up with. And I think that we shouldn't just give him credit for realizing like, hey, well, the league, you're going to be better off with a guy with a big arm who can run. Like, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like, it doesn't deserve a pat on the back for that. But I think we should appreciate that he put his ego aside, because that's one thing that a lot of people do say about Kyle is he has this big ego or whatever. Well, guess what? He checked that at the door, and he went out and he took a guy that's going to be able to amplify his play calling abilities, just like we talked about last night. And again, that 11-on-11 football he keeps talking about, the looks they're going to get in the pass game with a guy that's able to throw. Let's go, dude. I'm juiced for this pick, dude.
Dude,
as
football purists, you and I, we're hyped because we just want like the 11-on-11 stuff. That's what I've been wanting since Kaepernick. That's what I hope for. I got a little bit. I got a taste. Didn't get exactly what I wanted. Now we get that back. We're gonna be able to see Kyle's offense elevate to a level that because it's not going to be Washington RG3 offense at all. It's not going to be what we saw in Washington. It's going to be exactly what Kyle likes to do with an added element of the zone read, more RPOs, more things like that to, again, the whole point is to get these defensive ends stuck on the edge and just frozen. We want them frozen because that's going to open up more running lanes for our running backs. All kinds of stuff, man. All kinds of stuff. And again, we got no... Dude, I'm so hyped, man. I'm so happy.
It's not Mac Jones, and I can sleep good tonight with all this Trey Lance tape that I have lucky to have at my disposal.
Gosh,
I'm going to watch it. I'm putting it on my TV, on my monitor. I'm going to have that playing on my phone wherever I go.
How many games do you have? Because we need to watch
all of them. All of them.
We need to watch every single game, start to finish.
I'm with you, dude. I have literally every single snap he's taken in his college. Yeah, everything. I'm ecstatic, dude.
Dude, I'm so hyped, man.
God, yeah, and man, is Mac really going to end up on the Patriots too? Like, I've seen that in the comments a lot, and it makes too much sense.
It makes too much sense. But what's going to be interesting if they don't take him? Where does he go at that point? Does he completely fall out of the first at that point?
Washington, please. Washington, please,
yeah.
Because what that means is that
I could see that.
That means that New England would still be in on Jimmy, and the Niners might be able to get something for him. And that's no disrespect to Jimmy Garoppolo, but if this relationship's over and he's not the guy of the future, I'd rather get some draft capital back, because as much as I love Trey Lance, he was pretty expensive, you know? And the Niners are going to be paying that off the next couple years. When we're in Vegas next year at the draft live, you know, speaking that into existence, when we're there live, it's going to be a little different, but we can have a little bit more fun day one. It'll be like this because we're not going to be stressed out about the picks. Like, it was funny. I saw during the coverage, they had a bunch of Seahawks fans in Cleveland. They were showing on camera. I'm like, what the hell are you guys even doing there? You have 3 picks in this entire draft, and I think their first pick is they have a second, like a 5th and a 7th, I think. And I'm like, yeah, I respect you going out there for the journey, but I'm not flying halfway across the country to watch a second round pick. Like,
right? They're just vibing. They're just having a good old time. So what about this though?
It's over. Their run is over. It's trade time.
They're done. So how do you feel about this though? So obviously Jimmy Garoppolo is still on the roster. Mm-hmm. Do you envision a scenario where they keep Jimmy because they go and grab the 20-year-old with no 2020 tape? And you talked about, the double trouble. You mentioned that. But do you honestly see like that being a complete possibility where it's an open competition in camp? Because again, you have the rookie cost controlled, right, for the next 4 to 5 years. You have Jimmy this year on his current deal. Now, you look at the cost of the room in general is typically like how they would budget for a room, right? Doesn't matter who the starter is, but if you're like spending $30 million on your quarterback room, that makes sense as long as you're getting good play out of whoever the starter is. Do you see that being the case? Or they're like, we're okay with keeping Jimmy at that cost, even if his value diminishes throughout the year? Do you think it is a benefit to keep Trey and Jimmy in the same locker room?
It's completely contingent on what offers they're getting. If they're getting like close to what Bridgewater got, some like teams are offering like 5th round picks, 4th round picks. Yeah, I would keep Jimmy because ultimately, as much as you want to make players happy, you don't want to have rips, you don't have this and that. The 49ers have the leverage. Jimmy doesn't. He can get paid $25 million to literally ride the bench if he gets beat out in a quarterback competition, which isn't a guarantee, but I think that Trey Lance has all the opportunity in the world to win in a competition if it is open. But again, the example everybody goes back to and they use is the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes thing. And Patrick Mahomes came in and wasn't great in camp right away, and he didn't really give Kansas City a big pick.
Do you want me to tip it?
Yeah, tip it.
Chargers go Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, of course, yep.
My Herbert stock going through the roof. Let's
go. Home run pick.
Love that pick. One of my favorite offensive linemen in this class. He is my favorite He is my favorite. Obviously, I love Quinn, but from a talent standpoint and the technician that Rashawn Slater is, oh man, he's going to be so good, especially with Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert is loving his life right now that he just got Rashawn Slater to protect him. Rashawn Slater is going to be an absolute stud. Stud.
Real quick, too, I want to give a shout out. I didn't see Kent Velati. Thank you for the donation on our YouTube. I didn't see the comments there.
I pulled it up.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. I didn't see it. My bad. Yeah,
I pulled it up, but I was stuck in a Trey Lance.
A Trey Lance trance.
A Trey Lance trance. Woo! Let's go, Trey Lance trance. It's for real, dude. I can't believe it, man. I was so nervous. I'm not going to lie. I was scared that they were going to come up and say Mac Jones, and it was going to be, like Middlecoff said, the most arrogant pick in the history of the draft. And I was like, out of anyone to do that, it feels like that would have been him. It really feels like it would have been Kyle Shanahan to make that pick and take Mac Jones there. And I'm so glad that he did not. I'm so glad he didn't.
Yeah, I'm with you there 100%.
Let's see. I've been trying to make a post here for like 10 minutes. I keep getting distracted.
Yeah, I'm with you on Jimmy. I think the thing with Jimmy is you are in a great position because if Trey comes in and he's so good that you can't justify not starting him right away and he's just lighting it up, then hey, you do it. But you're also in a position where you've budgeted. We've talked about this. You've budgeted Jimmy's $25 million or whatever he's owed into the budget. So if he ends up holding a clipboard all year, you can absorb that loss knowing you have that insurance policy should anything happen to Trey Lance throughout that season. So I'm with it. And again, I would not be shocked at all if Jimmy gets moved in the next couple of days. I think, honestly, the fact that they went from wanting a first to then moving off to saying they'd take a second or whatever to then, now this stuff about he wouldn't go to New England. Like, I think these teams are just playing hardball. The Niners wanted to make sure they got their guy, I'm pretty sure, before they, I'm pretty sure they had good intel that what was going to happen at 1 and 2. But
yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing about Trey Lance. Like, everybody's like, well, if they took Mac Jones, Jimmy's gone because he's pro ready. What is Mac Jones going to do that Trey Lance isn't going to do?
Like when they kept saying that, I was like, why?
Didn't make sense to me. Seemed very biased. And I think, again, Trey Lance, what's my 2 favorite words, dude? Rushing floor.
This is what.
If you have a guy that can run, your offense will immediately have a higher floor, even if there's a learning curve with the throwing game and there's a learning curve with some of these passing concepts and stuff, which, again, Kyle Shanahan, no offense to Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan did a lot of stuff that simplified the playbook for Jimmy Garoppolo, who's been in the league for, 8 years now, I think, something like that. This will be season 8. So he can simplify things for Trey Lance, but Trey Lance also has that rushing ability that's going to immediately make the offense better, or not, maybe not better, but give them a baseline of competence just because you're going to have to play that 11-on-11 football. What's Kyle doing, man? What's he thinking? It's like Wedding Crashers when Will Ferrell's there and he's like, what's she doing in there? I never know what she's doing in there. Like, that's going to be me with Kyle Shanahan for the next 6 months. Like, while he's in his office or wherever he's tinkering with plays, like, what's he doing? I never know what he's doing in there.
Doing? Okay, so we got to answer. So I didn't realize that Kent had asked a question underneath. I thought he just threw us a donation, but he does have a question. So Kent, we will answer you. I apologize, buddy. We thank you very much for the donation, by the way. So what he wants to know, he said, why are you guys so high on Najee? Are you guys high on Najee over Mostert? What are your thoughts on that? Right. They're saying that your audio cut out on YouTube.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't know if they can hear me now. So what I was saying basically was that I think that Mostert has the ability as a special teams gunner, which he played a lot in 2018 and before he got hurt. And then in 2019, for a good portion of the season, he was a gunner on special teams, and his track speed is invaluable when you're covering kicks and punts. And I can understand that he would want the equity of being a guy that's like, hey, I averaged 6.5 yards a carry, dude. I ran for 230 in the biggest game that's not the Super Bowl. I'm a starting running back. I don't want to be taking special teams reps. But if he was willing to do that, it puts you in a position where you could have a guy like Najee and you could still have Mostert getting his 10 to 15 touches a game, whatever it is, and still contributing on both of those levels. The thing with Najee is I admit I have a slight inherent bias towards him because he is from the Bay, started Antioch, great dude, talented player, but I would not be trading up into I wouldn't draft him in the first round. If the Niners were picking 28th, 29th, or whatever, I still wouldn't do it. I wouldn't feel great about trading. And again, this is just me saying if I was the one that was in charge, I wouldn't trade up just because of positional value. But I would not be blind to the fact that Najee and Kyle's system would be pretty damn special. And I can respect that that would be something that if Kyle felt that strongly where he's like, hey, I got Trey, I need this, this guy who's, it's weird because with Najee, he's not this like bruising running back, but he runs through people, but he's also agile, has good vision. I just would feel more comfortable. Like I would feel better if the Niners stayed put at 43 and they took a guy like Javonte Williams, or if they waited till rounds 4 or 5 and they took Chuba Hubbard, Jamar Jefferson. The value just isn't there for me. And again, it's a cool story. It's a dude from the Bay Area, clearly wants to be a part of the Niners, very talented. I just think after you gave up all the picks you gave up for Trey Lance, it's hard to justify giving up more picks to jump up 10 or 12 slots to take a running back, a position that we've already seen Kyle can get more out of guys that may be taken later or might not even be drafted at all.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in the same boat kind of with that last thought process, but if the 49ers were to get Najee Harris, I think they would complement each other so well. So well. In regards to, because we talked about it a little bit. We talked about the 2019 year and when it was Breida, Mostert, and Coleman. And Coleman would always come out and he'd take the first couple snaps and he was always, kind of the lead back. And then we'd see who'd catch, get the hot hand, and then we'd ride that hot hand throughout the game. Well, you could honestly do the same thing with Najee Harris, Raheem Mostert, and Jeff Wilson. And the thing with Raheem Mostert, he gives you so much speed. He gives you so much speed to the outside, especially when you're running outside zone. If you bring in Najee Harris, he can still run the same systems, but what he can do in short yardage, what he can do kind of being a bruiser, running through the tackles, there's a lot to like there. But again, you have to be able to like trading up. You have to be able to like giving up more compensation to go up and and get that guy, first of all, because Najee's not going to fall into their lap at 43. So I'm going to go peep the DM, bro. I'm going to peep the DM. I'm going to see what you sent me. Let's see. Could be wide receiver, maybe a Rashod Bateman. If they did want to go cornerback, like I'm always really high on Newsome. Ooh, that would be nice. Have me on Storm and Jordan.
If you're not following Rich J Madrid on Twitter, you need to do that like right now, because if we're having a draft for 49ers Twitter personalities, Brad's an executive with me in the front office, so he's exempt because he would be up there as well. But if I'm picking 49ers Twitter personalities, Rich J Madrid is the 1-1. He is the Trevor Lawrence, the Peyton Manning, the Michael Vick of this draft.
Let's go. Ooh, my wife is cooking something good. I can smell that. I'm hungry. We got Trey Lance. I'm so happy, man. I keep trying to post. All right, let's post. Right. Just pick one already, damn it. Let's go. Let's see, George Kittle. All right, let me get this damn post out so I can talk for a little bit. Faithful to the Bay.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So 5:50-11. I saw your question about why Trey Lance would be the pick, and for me, the reason why is the cerebral stuff is ultimately what it came down to. Because Kyle Shanahan, feet matter, the footwork is really important, but also the cerebral capacity to process information at a high level and to understand what you're looking at. And when you look at Trey Lance, the reason why I think they made that jump was because, again, it was a month out. I don't think that they knew exactly how it was going to shake out, but I'm sure that they had a good idea that there was a team between them and 12 that was going to take Trey Lance, who I believe was going to be their guy pretty much this whole time. I think there's an avenue where maybe Mac Jones was the guy at first that they really liked, and that stuff about them being comfortable taking him could very well have been true, and they got enamored with Trey Lance. But ultimately, you look at the physical skill set and you look at the cerebral capacity. And what Kyle Shanahan saw was he's like, hey, I have a guy that can go out here that can make these crazy far hash throws 50, 55 yards down the field. He can execute a play action offense. He can run. I can do all these things. Again, it's a steep price to pay, but if he really in his gut feels like, hey, I've maximized, and this is something I've talked about a bunch. I know, again, I just was mentioning Rich. Rich has talked about it a bunch on Twitter. It felt like the Niners maxed out what they were going to be able to do with a quarterback like Jimmy Garoppolo, and it seems like Kyle Shanahan reached a point where he was willing to bet on himself and bet on a prospect that he felt great about. So, yeah, it's a steep price. And I even told Brad, I remember I told him, like, literally right before when there's rumors about them trading up, I'm like, man, I'll be kind of upset if they trade up because then I can't think about who they're going to take. Like, Brad and I love doing draft stuff, and I'm like, man, I can't think about who they're going to draft in the first round for the next 2 years.
Hijacked our whole draft. We just talked about quarterback for a month.
Yeah, literally, that's all it was about. We couldn't talk about trading back, and then next year, again, we're going to be there in Vegas, and the Niners aren't even going to pick the first day. So I'm with you on that. It's a lot, but if it ends up panning out, there's no price that's too steep for a franchise guy. And the fact that they were able to still retain their seconds and their thirds, because that compensatory pick they gave up, or that third they gave up was a compensatory pick, so they still have their actual third-round pick next season as well. I think that they'll be in an okay position, and I think that, again, it's way too early to just declare, like, oh, Trey Lance is going to be this stud, but if he ends up hitting, we won't even be thinking about those picks over the next couple of years. I just think, again, it was a scenario where Kyle saw a guy that had the physical tools, had the intelligence, identified him. A lot of what North Dakota State runs is very similar to what Kyle runs. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to go out there and I'm going to get my guy. So I'm riding with Coach. I trust that he identified enough that it was going to make him confident in that pick. But again, it's a totally fair argument to make the argument that it is a lot of draft capital. But, you know, you got to pay to play. You got to bet big to win big. So I'm riding with Coach, and this will define Kyle Shanahan's tenure here in San Francisco, because I don't think that if Trey Lance ends up being a colossal bust, which I'm not predicting, nor am I trying to speak that into the universe, it's going to look bad on the front. And especially, they were just saying in the press conference that Kyle was at the forefront of this decision making. So this really is on him as the guy. So for now, we're riding with him. And it's going to be really fun to see what again, I was just talking about it before. I could talk about it for hours. It's going to be really fun to think about all the plays that he can dial up over the next couple seasons. But dude, I'm excited.
Did the Patriots take Mac Jones? Did they really do it?
Let's see. It wouldn't surprise me.
No, it's not official. It's not official.
It says the selection is in. Official?
Albert Breer said Mac Jones is a Patriot, but I don't know if it's been announced yet.
Yeah, it probably is then. I don't think Albert Breer would lie about that. That's crazy.
That
wild. Mac Jones was the guy all along.
And they just sat there, just fell in his lap after all that hype.
The most Patriot pick ever.
Oh my gosh, I know, right?
So what does Jimmy do? What did they do with
They took him. They took Mac Jones. That's wild.
Well, there you go.
Off the board to the Pats. There we go. Right? That's what we talked about. If you want a Mac Jones, you stay at 12.
Denver might still be in play for Jimmy Garoppolo, too. I'll throw that out there. That's another one that I think we can't really write off yet.
Quarterback. Or wait, no, they didn't.
They took Surtain. Yeah, they took Surtain.
Yeah,
so he might still be in play.
Interesting.
Man.
That's crazy, though. So Mac Jones is now a Patriot. Good. Great. I love it. I love that he's a Patriot. It fits perfectly. I think it's honestly a great fit for Mac Jones. And Mac Jones will probably find some success there with McDaniels and all those guys. So they didn't have to move up. They didn't have to go trade for anyone else. They almost traded for Jimmy, it sounded like. The money was too much. And here we are. And Mac Jones is on the Patriots. He looks pissed, too. McCorkle doesn't look too happy. He didn't like waiting that long.
And so Rich posted something in the chat like 20 minutes ago, and he said that apparently it was a source he had that said that Mac was their guy all along, and they were going to wait, which is, it's interesting. I talked myself. I'm not going to sit here and dog the pick. I talked myself into Mac at 3 if I was going to have to sit there and watch him as 49ers quarterback. But
I'm just happy that it's
brand. It's so on brand that this is. And it's funny because if you remember correctly, when Kyle went to go watch that pro day at Alabama, Bill and Josh McDaniels were both there. So maybe they saw enough and they felt comfortable enough. But I don't think he beats out Cam in the quarterback. I think Cam's a better quarterback.
I think so too.
Right now,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. So, but I think it makes sense, like especially the value and that was the whole thing with Mac when the 49ers traded up from 12 to 3, and when they said it was Mac at 3, we said no, it doesn't make sense. The value just isn't there. He doesn't have enough upside to justify that pick. But at 12, it made sense. At 15, it makes sense. So it's not like it's a poor pick here at 15. It feels appropriate. Would you agree with that? Like this slot for him feels appropriate.
Yeah, I think that's good. If the Niners took him at 12, I'd understand it a little bit better. But that's the alter comments that Kyle left are very intriguing now that we know that realistically they would have had a better chance of trading up with the Giants if Fields was their guy. Mac obviously would have been there if he was their guy. And there's no way of knowing for sure how it plays out. But the whole left at the altar thing, again, makes me think that they identified – they probably looked at Zach Wilson. I think Zach Wilson was very high on their board too.
Yes,
I know Kyle Shanahan seemed like he was very into Zach Wilson. They probably really like Trevor Lawrence too. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Trevor Lawrence was the number 1 QB on their board. But when he talked about how he was comfortable taking 5 guys, I think that was a little bit more of a broad, generalized statement. I think Trey Lance was the guy all along. They had that conviction. It didn't look like it was like, we're just rolling the dice. We couldn't feel like it felt like they were united on that front. And the reports we kept hearing was that Kyle wanted Mac Jones and the front office wanted Trey Lance. And I'm not sure we can buy any of that, to be honest. I think that Kyle Shanahan is very excited at what he can do with Trey Lance because the potential of Trey Lance and the range of outcomes is far more exciting than the range of outcomes with Mac Jones. Hey, Mac Jones might win a lot of games, but it's not going to be as entertaining to watch. And again, I love watching winning football, but I like watching football that's entertaining as well. And what Trey Lance is going to be able to do is going to be way more enjoyable to watch, in my opinion, than what Mac Jones will ultimately end up doing.
We want to watch elite quarterback play. We want to watch these guys that have the traits to be able to do anything. And we've talked about it quite a bit. The combination of his arm talent, the actual physical technique that he has and all that kind of stuff on top of the mental processing. Because remember, like, a couple months ago when we were talking a lot about Mac Jones and Trey Lance and who was better, and I was talking to his quarterback coach, and his quarterback coach was like, you got, like, what a lot of people don't know about Trey Lance is about how much responsibility that was put on his plate at North Dakota State. And as the process has went on and become further along, it became known that, Trey Lance is very smart and very cerebral and has the ability to do all those kinds of processing tasks ahead of time. One of his wide receivers that was actually a year or two in the system before he was, when he first showed up to school, he said that Trey Lance showed up and started mastering the offense right away from a mental standpoint. Like, he picked it up instantly and then started seeing things. He was like, man, I've been in this offense for 2 years and he's seeing things that I didn't even see. And so I think that's a big part of it is when you look at Kyle Shanahan, right? Part of the knocks on Jimmy have been he's not a fast processor in regards to all the information that you have to intake, process, and spit back out. I think that became challenging for Jimmy at times, and then it was hard to translate that to the field. Did they take Zaven Collins?
No way.
Oh, thank you, Max. I appreciate that.
The Raiders did?
I don't know. I'm seeing Zaven.
Oh, no, the Cardinals did.
They took my guy?
Wow.
No.
With Isaiah Simon, wow.
I kind of feel like they're going to put him at the end. I kind of feel like they're going to put him at the end. I
respect that defense. That defense looks nice.
It is, and I feel like they're going to play him in the Hassan Reddick role because one of the things with Zaven is they list him at 260. It came out about a week ago that he gained 10 pounds. So he's 270. So
I think that's a great pick.
So if you're trying to gain some weight and you already have who's because they brought Isaiah Simmons down from safety to linebacker, right? That's when Isaiah really started coming on, when he made that transition. Honestly, Zaven is one of these guys you could play middle linebacker, outside linebacker, or in a 3-4 scheme, which I'm pretty sure Arizona runs. He could be a stand-up outside linebacker, and he can rush off the edge. He really can. He's a special player like that, and he's got the speed and the quicks, and so he can really slide and slot into that Hassan Reddick role, especially if you have Watt right there next to him in the playing 3-4 defensive end, and then you got Chandler Jones on the other side. I like that pick. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big Zaven Collins guys.
And that's a good
Collins guy. So
that's a good pick when you factor in that the NFC West, all three of the teams are basically running the same play action heavy, because you have to remember that the Seahawks got the Rams quarterback coach as their offensive coordinator now. So they're all running this horizontal-based zone scheme where you're going to get guys out in space, a lot of yak, a lot of pre-snap motion. So having two extremely athletic linebackers that you can move around, and that's something that I've preached a lot, is having that positional versatility. It was a pipe dream. I always knew it, but you and I have talked about, if he was still there at 43, the Niners run to the podium with the card, because we both really like Zaven. Putting him next to Fred Warner would have been cool. So I think it's a good pick. I think that they deserve credit. Ultimately, as long as Ryan Gosling is still calling plays there, I think they're going to be limited in what they could do. But that's a good pick for their defense. And you factor in the fact they still have Chandler Jones. They have J.J. Watt. Like, that team is looking pretty solid. But, again, I'm not worried about anything. The 49ers and the Seahawks and the Rams are still the teams to beat, in my opinion, until Arizona can prove otherwise, especially considering the fact that the 49ers might add that dynamic threat at quarterback year one. Maybe it takes some time for Trey to get seasoned and move in, but that Niners rosters from top to bottom is just so much better. But the Cardinals, I think, will be a little bit better on defense as a result. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if the first play, what did we see last year, the first game of the year, Kyle picked on Isaiah Simmons with that choice route out of the backfield. I would not be surprised at all if he targets Zaven Collins week one, or whatever week they play. I don't know if they're playing week one, the first time that they go at each other. So you still have to come to division and prove yourself. You have a very tough division where you're going to have McVay and Shanahan, these elite play callers, and then you have this revamped Seattle offense with a Hall of Fame quarterback in Russell Wilson. So it's not, like they're just going to be the shutdown defense, but I do like the pick there. I think that you get more value there than you would have out of taking an edge player, taking a corner. The only other thing maybe is they could have taken like a Tevin Jenkins or
they could have.
I don't know if Ravens gets that high, but their offensive line is still suspect, and that's where I'm still happy to see that Nick Bosa, Ebukam, and some of these guys are still going to be chasing around Kyler Murray back there, because their offensive line to me is still very suspect.
Right. So I guess the media just got out of a 10-minute press conference with Trey Lance, and where did it go? Akash had put out something that I wanted to read, so let me pull it up. It decided to disappear on me. But essentially what Akash was saying is basically after a 10-minute press conference with Trey Lance, he's basically saying 49er fans are going to absolutely love Trey Lance. He said calm demeanor, but extremely mature with all his responses, high level of character. So that's probably all the same stuff that won Kyle and John over. The intangible, right? I'm a big fan of saying integrity is the hardest thing to scout, and that's integrity are things that you typically can only find out by meeting people in person and having face-to-face conversations and getting into who they are and what makes them tick and all of those kinds of things. And clearly Trey Lance is made of the right stuff. So, and he's 20 years old, man. That's the thing that I keep coming back to. That's the biggest positive, in my opinion, about Trey Lance, is he's 20 years old. He is 20 years old. He is going to only get better. He's only going to get bigger. He's only going to get faster. Like, the arrow is still pointing up. He's still a kid in the grand scheme of football. Like 20 years old. I can't even say it. 20 years old. You're a kid, man. You're a kid, but he has the opportunity to come in and work with one of the best play callers imaginable, the best play designers imaginable, a beautiful mind when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. And then you combine those two. That's what's most exciting. It's like, what are those two going to cook up? Like, what are we going to see from these guys? So I'm really excited, man. I'm really, really. Oh my goodness. The Raiders. What a reach.
No, they didn't do it again, did they?
They did.
They took Leatherwood.
Oh my gosh! My boy Moody was in here screaming Raiders. He's mad now that he put himself on blast. Oh my goodness! What a reach! What is the Raiders' problem, man?
Is it time to just to give up on Mike Mayock? Like,
I think so, or it's John Gruden. Like,
look at Mel Kiper's laughing. Mel Kiper's literally laughing. He can't keep a straight face. He literally cannot keep a straight face.
Who's calling the shots over there? I could pick better right now. I could pick better. Is Darisaw still on the board? Is Tevin Jenkins?
Darisaw and Tevin Jenkins are both still on the board, and Raiden's higher than him too.
Man, where's my boy Moody? You were shouting Raiders a second ago. Where you at? That is a terrible pick. Like, and I'm gonna all right, so I gotta watch Leatherwood in person again. Back to the Senior Bowl bias. Being able to watch Leatherwood in practice, he wasn't even the best tackle at the Senior Bowl, and Darisaw wasn't there. Jenkins wasn't there. I mean, again, they seem to like these Alabama, the Clemsons. They seem to gravitate towards a type of school and program, and I feel like it's because they're going to get, they imagine they're going to get that same type of locker room or atmosphere. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, they needed an offensive lineman. They really did. I honestly didn't feel like Leatherwood was a first-round guy, or if he was, he would have been a fringe first-round guy. Yeah, we could have gotten Leatherwood at 43. That's where I felt like he was anywhere from 40 to 50 or 40 to 55, kind of in that range. That's where I felt like he would go.
Do you think that they talked about trying to trade back maybe, and they just couldn't do it, and they just were like, all right, we're going to take the – because this is 3 years in a row now.
They took Colton Miller all over again. It feels like Colton Miller all over again, except Colton Miller, unfortunately, was the only available offensive lineman worth a damn, but he was still not worth where he was taken, in my opinion. And then in this situation, you leave Darisaw and Jenkins on the board?
What are they doing, though? Because they took Cleveland Farrell with Josh Allen still on the board. They took Damon Arnett last year with plenty of good corners still on the board, plenty of good receivers. They took Alex Leatherwood with Tevin Jenkins and Dylan Radins and Christian Darisaw still on the board. Like, what?
Gosh.
And it's another example where they're taking guys from a college football playoff team. They talk about these big time schools and these big games, and they took Trayvon Mullen and they took all their draft picks have been awful, and it's all like I know there's Niners fans that don't care about the Raiders that are just laughing. They're they're having a great time right now. I actually feel bad for my friends who are Raiders fans because this is just embarrassing at this point. Like that is just
it's so bad.
And
my guy
Moody
in the chat is a big Raider fan, but I love it. He's trying to justify it. Yes, you need it.
Hey, we've all been there.
A great pick though.
We've all been there, It is what it is, but damn, man,
I'd
that's
like to give my guy some crap,
and it's so predictable now. Like that's literally, I'm just gonna wait for whoever wins the national title next year, and whatever the Raiders' biggest position of need is, that's who I'm gonna mock to them because that's clearly who they're gonna take at this point. Like
exactly. Oh, let's go, my guy off the board, Jaelan Phillips to Miami at 18.
Nice.
I absolutely love that pick. I'm a big Jaelan Phillips guy, man. I really, really am. Obviously, there was the medical concern, but if you take away the medical concern, Phillips to me is the best edge rusher in this class. Is he the first edge to go off the board?
Yes, I think he is. Yeah, I think because I'm trying to unless you count Zaven Collins, but he's a linebacker.
Zaven's
I wouldn't.
an edge,
Yeah,
but I would. Yeah, he's a.
we have to see it before we can classify it as
he's
that.
a defensive weapon at this point.
Yeah.
I would say, which is interesting. I mean, you look at Arizona and how they're building. We talk a lot about having positionless players. You look at, Simmons and Zaven. Chandler can move in a bunch of spots. So they're kind of moving.
Yeah, Jaelan Phillips, he's a California guy, went to UCLA. If he didn't have the medical concerns, he probably would have been a top 10 pick, in my opinion. He would have been a guy that would have probably gone where maybe where J.C. Horn went, maybe where Surtain went. He's that good. Or maybe not Surtain, because I think
I think you got a top 10 talent at 18.
Yeah.
Absolutely great pick. So who did they take? They took Waddle on the offensive side
and Phillips.
And then Phillips. I mean, good job.
Yeah, they're cooking. They're cooking. The Dolphins, Chris Greer knows what he's doing. And we are low-key Dolphin stands at this point because we don't get Trey Lance without the Miami Dolphins. So we're rooting for their success. When they're not playing the Niners, we are Dolphin stands at this point. Fins up, baby.
Fins up.
Man, that's crazy because all the hype was about Russo coming into the year, and I liked Gregory Russo too from a tool standpoint. But Phillips was much more refined, and his technique was a lot better, I think. So,
I definitely wasn't a Greg guy. I honestly kind of see him like Eric Armstead in the sense where he's probably best suited, in my opinion, as a 3-tech. I just there's a lot of rawness to his game where you could see he needs a lot of work. I mean, the size and the length was insane, was next level. But
that Dolphins team looks nice though. Yeah, that's a solid team coming around. They had a good defense last year. Their corners are phenomenal. They were missing a little bit of pass rush, so getting that edge player will really help them out. We've talked about it before. I'm a Tua guy. I really like Tua's character. I like his background. His story is pretty cool. If he could get it together, that's a team that's going to look pretty solid in the coming years. And that AFC East is starting to heat up a little bit. The Bills have Josh Allen. The Jets now have Zach Wilson. The Patriots have McCorkle.
How does this post look now from the QB Collective?
Oh, wow.
When they shared this a couple hours before the draft. This was,
wow.
When they did all that.
Oh, is he a baseball player?
I don't know.
Oh.
But they showed this a couple hours before the draft. They posted it on their story. They was right.
I'm excited.
Dude, what a time, man. What a time. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a situation where the NFC West it's been the class of the league, in my opinion, but now if they hit on Trey Lance and Kyler Murray can continue his development, because we already know Russell Wilson is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. I think Matthew Stafford, you could argue, is a Hall of Fame talent as well. I don't know if he gets in or not, but that division is looking scary. And, as much as it sucks, what it reminds me a lot of was the AFC North, 10 years ago or so, where there was still, the Browns were the Browns, so it's a little different. I don't think the Cardinals are that comically bad. But you had the Bengals and the Steelers and the Ravens just beating up on each other, but it produced grit and toughness that's going to translate. And it's kind of, I think people are worried about throwing Trey Lance into the fire, but hey, if he can survive the NFC West, I'm not worried about him going on the road to Green Bay for a playoff game or going into Tampa and having to take on Tom down. This situation, while it's going to be tough on the surface, it's ultimately going to breed a better situation, I believe, in the long run for Trey Lance, because he's going to have such a uphill climb that if he can persevere through this, you're going to feel really good about the pick. So if he can show something early in camp and he can show something early in the year, and they can somehow, I'm not saying they have to win the division, but that team is so loaded around them. Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Armstead, Jimmy Ward, Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, there's so many weapons on this team that if he can just if Kyle can put the car in cruise control and he can just keep his eyes on the road and make sure they don't go over lane to lane, however horrible that analogy is, The Niners are in a great spot right now, and I'm just really excited. And again, I want to see them beat down the Seahawks when they play them, but I'm really excited thinking about the battles we're going to see between Russell Wilson and Trey Lance for years to come. That's going to be really good football to watch.
Honestly, so I made this. I talked about this. I've talked about it quite a bit, but of course we're going to rehash it because we're talking about the actual pick that we have now. You go back to 2019, right? You go back to the year where the 49ers made it to the Super Bowl. You have Jimmy Garoppolo coming off a torn ACL, on top of that being his first full season as a starter. Now, granted, he'd been in the league for multiple years. He backed up Tom Brady. He had played 5 games in 2017, played 2.5 games in 18, and then going into 2019 would have been his first full year. But the ACL resets you a little bit, especially when you're a young, inexperienced player like that who plays sporadically. So with Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019, from a physical standpoint, it kind of felt like we were watching a rookie play. So when you watch those first 4 games of the year, when they were in Tampa, when they went to Cincinnati, and then the Steelers, those first couple games, Kyle had his scheme so dialed back to ensure that Jimmy was protected, to ensure Jimmy wasn't being put in a spot that would put too much on his shoulders. And so honestly, with how we saw that all work, and again, relying on the run game, relying on your stable of running backs, relying on play action, and doing those kinds of things, they were able to put Jimmy in a lot of really good positions. They were able to keep him safe. They were able to not put too much on his shoulders. And he was able to work himself into the game plan. We really didn't need Jimmy to step up for us until week 3 against the Steelers. And it was the very last drive. That game was not good. It was just not a good game. The flow was really bad, and we needed Jimmy to come back on that game-winning drive where he threw the touchdown to Pettis to close it out, and he did it. But there were a lot of instances throughout the year where Kyle adjusted his play calling accordingly to fit Jimmy Garoppolo. So you look at Trey Lance from that regard, and you compare him to early 2019 Jimmy Garoppolo, I really don't see why you can't get that same production, honestly, if not more production out of Trey Lance with Kyle Shanahan, who's going to put his guy in a position to be successful, not overload him, not overwhelm him, not do any of those things. So when you look at it from that regard, honestly, I see a situation where Trey Lance is walking into a situation with a coach who will take care of him to ensure that he comes along at his own pace. And as long as the 49ers have a legitimate running game and they can, again, keep executing play action, which is Trey Lance's specialty. Whenever I watch Trey Lance and you watch him operate under center and execute play action, the way he comes out of play action, the way he hitches, the way he drives off his back foot, and then we've talked about his throwing motion, right? We've talked about how clean and seamless it is. It just feels like when he executes play action, and that whole play action sequence for Trey Lance is seamless. So he already fits a huge part of what Kyle tries to do on a day-to-day basis. So again, I look back to 2019. I look back to as a baseline for what Trey Lance could do, and I don't see why he couldn't. I really don't see why Trey Lance couldn't put up the same production that Jimmy Garoppolo did. The only outliers are the 4 game-winning comebacks that Jimmy Garoppolo put the team on his shoulders and brought him back. So that's the only difference. So let's say they split the game-winning comebacks with a rookie. They're still going. What's the math? I'm terrible at math. Like 12-4 at that point, rather than, or no, 11-5. That's what I'm looking for. They're going 11-5. They're still going to the playoffs. So I think if Trey Lance were to start week 1, I don't think 9 games, 10 games, 11 games with a 17-game schedule is completely out of the option. Like, I really think that's possible. I really do. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
So I'm talking to a buddy of mine I played Dynasty with. He's a Steelers guy. And he was like, Mike, I'm still holding my breath. My guy's on the board. And I was joking. I'm like, oh, is it Najee? And then I was like, no, it should be Tevin Jenkins, though. So you'll get a kick out of that. That's who he's holding out hope for as a Steelers fan. I think it'd be a great pick for them coming up, too.
Oh, they need the O-line help.
Give those offensive linemen some love. Give those big uglies need love, too. Those guys are the unsung heroes of the football team.
All dang day. They need more love than ever. If you see a big ugly, show them some love. The big hogs up.
I mean, can we call you a big ugly tonight with the suit and the hair slicked back? The beard's all tight too, man. Like, I don't know, dude.
I'm big ugly always, man. Always. I'll never change. That'll never change. No amount of drip will change me from being a big ugly. That's how we want it.
The Giants are up right now. Did you see Gettleman talked about how he never trades up because he doesn't like getting fleeced? So it's going to be really interesting to see who he ends up taking here because he got fleeced pretty hard when he took Andrew Thomas over Tristan Wirfs last year. So
yeah, he did. To be fair, I liked Andrew Thomas, man. I did. I saw the traits.
Did you like him more than Wills, though? Did you like him more than Wills and Wirfs?
So I liked him more than Wills. Wirfs, it was like neck and neck, but I ended up putting Thomas as my top guy because of the traits. His traits were insane. How big he was with how he moved. I mean, what he did at Georgia, man, what he put on tape, like, it was hard because Wirfs was good too. Wirfs was an absolute mauler. But I said, I tend to pick more of the technically gifted guys where Wirfs was a big time lumbering kind of guy. And I saw Thomas as this athletic freak for his size. So I thought you could get a lot more out of him. But I mean, it doesn't shock me one bit that Wirfs is having the success that he's having at all.
Yeah, I wonder who the Giants are going to go with. Gettleman cracks me up because he's somebody that just, I don't know the person. I'm not going to judge the man, but just his actions as a general manager, he's very he leaves a lot of he provides a lot of ammunition for content. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to say anything that's
he's one
out
of
of pocket.
He's one of those old school guys.
He's an archaic, outdated, old school. Run the ball 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Draft a running back at 2nd overall. Like, that was one of the worst picks I've ever seen, dude. And I like Saquon Barkley a lot, but a running back at 2, man, in this day and age, in this economy, like, come on, man.
This economy, man, come on. He was also one of those guys, like, remember the whole we didn't sign OBJ to trade him? I was all over that because they were trying to trade him before the contract, and then they signed him. And I was all up and down this app saying OBJ is getting traded still. I had New York Giant fan accounts come to bully me. Did the pick come through?
You'll never guess who it is, dude.
I want you to tell me. It just came up. I'm not going to look.
I'll give you a hint. He might be spitting some bars right now to celebrate.
Tony!
Oh, man. They did.
No. What pick is that? What pick?
21. I think is it? Yeah, I think 21.
Pick 20.
20. Sorry, 20, not 21. Yes, 20. Wow.
They took Kadarius Toney.
Hey, he's electric sometimes when he has the ball in his hand. I wouldn't have spent a first-round pick on him personally.
He's absolutely electric. What he did last year in college football, you could have sold me on him being a top 20 pick easily. But it was throughout the process where I think he kind of turned some people off. But he didn't turn off Dave Gettleman, and he wants to get Daniel Jones his weapons because everything Gettleman is riding on, it rides on Daniel Jones' success because when he took him at 3, he got a lot of backlash for that. So he needs him to be successful, and clearly he goes out and gets him a weapon. So you got Slayton, right? Who did they sign?
They have Slayton. They still have Shepard, and they signed Galladay. They signed Galladay. Yes, that unit. There's no excuses for DJ this year. And honestly,
right. Then you got Saquon, a healthy Saquon back, hopefully, right? So there's weapons there now. So the offensive line needs to show up. Play calling needs to show up.
Mm-hmm.
But they got the rapper from Florida. Let's go.
It's an interesting case study because I don't think Daniel Jones is as bad as people make him out to be. I think it's weird. His biggest issue is like ball security, but it's not throwing picks, it's fumbles. But he's weirdly athletic because he just looks like this like big gangly, like unathletic, really, dude that doesn't. But he can move, like he has wheels, and everybody makes jokes about when he tripped over himself. But he got going so fast, his momentum literally couldn't hold up. So he throws an accurate ball though, and that's the thing to me. Yeah. It's one of the most fundamental evaluations you can make. In my opinion, watching players, if they're consistently throwing a tight spiral all over the field, I think that matters a lot. And it's the most elementary thing. You could apply that to any level of football, but the ball looks nice coming out of his hands. And you could argue that he doesn't really have hasn't had the best weapons to be like Golden Tate was probably his best receiver that he's had. He made Slayton a viable fantasy option. Slayton was a 5th round pick, I think, if I recall correctly. So I'm not completely out on him. And again, the whole uproar was that they didn't take Dwayne Haskins, and I never saw the appeal on Dwayne Haskins, honestly. He was another guy that had a big arm. Remember a lot of like Zach Mettenberger or like Hackenberg, one of these guys with a huge arm, but not really anything else left to be desired. And then, obviously the, off the field stuff. And his career, he could have a reclamation. Nothing would make me happier than to see him get it together. But that class was so bad. Like, it's honestly a good thing that the 49ers didn't need a quarterback in 2019, because if they were sitting there at 2 and Murray's off the board and they somehow talked themselves out of Nick Bosa to take a player like Daniel Jones or Dwayne Haskins, again, I don't think it would have ever happened. But, in a universe where Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't there already in place, could you imagine how different that 2019 season would have been? Like, man,
dude. So that was the draft where, like, before, because again, Bosa was slated to go number 1 to Arizona for a good portion of the draft season because they had just drafted Rosen in the first round. So no one was anticipating it. So that whole time, I'm trying to pump up Haskins because I wanted someone to trade up to 2 and take him like the Giants. So the amount of times that I mocked the 49ers trading back from 2 to 6, grabbing OBJ and selecting Brian Burns, I probably did that 4 or 5 times, and I loved it every single time. But going back to the Haskins situation, I never thought Haskins was going to be any good at all. I thought he was going to be hot garbage from the jump. But I ended up my final first round mock. I mocked Daniel Jones 2-6 to the Giants for all those reasons that we talked about. I mean, he's coming from Duke, the coach that he played with. He's the QB whisperer. He's known as one of the QB whisperers, because of the Peyton Mannings and all that. So there was, in those circles, in the football circles, the football guy circles, like Daniel Jones was getting talked about quite a bit if you're listening for it. And so I wasn't shocked at all at 6, but of course the media and fans weren't ready for it and kind of took people by surprise. But I honestly was not shocked by the selection at all. But he gets Kadarius Toney now, like we talked about. Galladay's there. Evan Ingram hopefully does something. You look at him on paper, they should do something. They really should. They should be able to be viable in fantasy, in real life. So it will be interesting though to see how it plays out.
Oh man, I got some Raiders fans that are fans that are friends. They're going through it right now, dude. They are not having it. Think of all the elation that we as Niners fans feel about Trey Lance, and then think of the polar opposite, and that's how they feel about this Alex Leatherwood pick. Like I actually feel kind of bad. I
feel bad for. I mean, they just lost their team. Their team just up and moved away and did all that kind of. Like, Raider fans got to be going through it, man. They're gonna somehow convince themselves that it's okay, but they know if they don't knock it out of the park with some later picks, there's gonna be some angry Raider fans, man. It's gonna be some angry Raider fans.
I am interested to see where Indy goes with this pick too. Did they snipe Tevin Jenkins here? They need a tackle really badly. Why isn't Tevin Jenkins getting love? Tevin Jenkins can play, man.
Where's Darisaw? Darisaw hasn't gone yet?
Darisaw's still on the board. It has to be one of those two, right? Like it has to be one of those two. Yeah. Is Wentz? Oh, that's right. Wentz is where he looks awful in number 2, by the way.
Dude, Pittman did him so dirty.
Good for him. Good for him.
Nope.
Yeah, good for him, dude.
He said, "Sorry, Carson. That's my number now."
Yeah,
bro.
that's a baller. Honestly, Chris Godwin should have done the same thing.
He should.
I was a little disappointed. I was a little disappointed he didn't. Honestly, he played way better when he was number 12, and he's one of my biggest dynasty assets too. So
I know he did not have the best year last year.
He'll get it together. That and they got AB back too. That Tampa and the Niners in the championship game, dude. That would be something to see. Hopefully they get there. We'll see how it goes. We're way away from there. Do you think Trey Lance is wearing? Nobody's wearing number 5 anymore, right? Is Penny 5?
Nope.
Or not Pinion. Oh my God, Mushnowski. I could Pinion Bradley Pinion.
Throwing back that was the correct number. No, Mitch is 6.
6. That's right, 6. Okay, so 5 is available, right?
Yeah.
You think he wears 5? Does Jeff Garcia give him the blessing? You're the insider with Jeff Garcia, so
no. I think Jeff already posted.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Kwity Paye. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, not a bad pick. Kwity could play, but I'm a little offended on Brad's part that the offensive linemen aren't getting the love they deserve, especially after last year when it was such a heavy offensive line first round.
Elijah Vera Tucker went high. He went high.
That was vicious. I'll give Vish credit. Vish was very upset.
When we didn't take him.
He was very upset about that, dude. Vish is a smart guy though too. If you guys are on Twitter, follow Vish Kumaran. Vish is a genius, man. That guy, he's usually on it. I can't believe that they took Paye when they needed a tackle, but I like Kwity Paye a lot. I think that'll help that defense, and anybody that's going to help out our guy Defo, it's good with me. So
yeah. Kwity Paye. So let's talk about some guys who are falling. Trayvon Morgan still on the board. Newsome still on the board. Aziz still on the board.
Aziz, is this a pick where they take it? I know there's been reports from some people that I've heard that they're saying that his knee or whatever, he has knee problems or something that's scaring teams off. But Tennessee has a huge need for edge. So I would expect this Tennessee pick to either be Owe out of Penn State or Aziz. Those are the guys I would look at there. Maybe they go corner. I'm really interested to see where teams have Greg Newsome because I don't know if we can say he's falling yet, but
no, I don't think so. Like I said, I always rated him higher than most.
Mm-hmm.
And what pick are we at? Like 21, 22? So I would say 20s is appropriate. So I definitely think any spot in the 20s would make sense.
So if Morig is still falling there and there's guys like that, Aziz is still there at like 33, 34, I would feel so much better about the Niners moving up 10 spots to grab an edge or a corner or a safety DB, do it all DB. Yeah, then even I don't think they need an offensive tackle anymore. But man, even if like Darisaw or one of those guys is still there, like the value is that they're picking up Mike's options. So I'm not going to talk myself out. They don't need it. But Quinn, if Quinn is there at 43, my God, that honestly would be. If you're confident spending that 3rd overall pick on an FCS guy, take a D3, take a football guy.
Take the football guy, man.
Give me Quinn Miners in a Niners jersey, dude. I kind of used up my I don't ask for much when they didn't take Mac Jones, so I don't know if I get 2 of those in the same draft, but it'd be pretty cool if John did me a little favor and he took Quinn Miners instead.
Dude, the Quinn Hive would be buzzing. And he did say he wouldn't come on the night of the draft. He said he'd come on a couple days later, though.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's better than nothing. Anytime I can watch Brad and Quinn on the same live, it's a good experience in my book.
Quinn's good people, man. He's good people.
Who does Tennessee take here? This gets really. Do they address that? Do they address that wide receiver 2 spot with Corey Davis gone?
They released Kenny Vaccaro. Oh, Rashod Bateman. Is Rashod Bateman still on the board?
Bateman's on the board. Elijah Moore is on the board. Rondale Moore is on the board. Newsome, Marig, Ojulari, Owe.
I could see Marig being the pick here. I could see Newsome being the pick here. I could see a Z.
Him and Kevin. Oh my God, him and Kevin Byard together. Woo.
Boo.
Woo. I'm disappointed. Fun. They're panning to this like big shot like of the draft. I'm disappointed we're not seeing Jason Aponte walking around.
No, where is tall. Jason?
I was hoping I'd see him in the crowd somewhere in his big gold 49ers jacket.
Seriously.
I like Elijah Moore so much. I give him a real quarterback like Tannehill. Get him in a good system like that where he can work with an Elijah Moore and AJ Brown together would be a dynamic unit together.
Yeah, they would. They would play really well off of each other.
You know what they're panning to like the families in the living room and everything together is reminding me of? It was a great moment. It was last year when Kinlaw's dad when he got picked. I really liked
that.
When
he hit the dirt.
That was a great moment, dude. And when he hit that like arms crossed, like that like stance up, like. Oh, that was a fun draft last year, man. I'm excited.
It's fun now.
I'm literally when we get off this live, I'm gonna eat something and I'm gonna go back and rewatch like all 3 hours of this. Probably. This is like Christmas Day for me.
Yeah, it's different. Like we're working right now.
I mean, we didn't come to hang, dude. We got the collared shirts. You got the jacket on. The hair is back.
We came to get down to business.
All business, you know. And hey, I don't know if you know, Todd isn't even there. I don't know what Todd is doing. He's goofing somewhere. Mel's doing all the work. Like
Mel's just being Mel, but Mel he doesn't got along, man. I think it's Jordan McShay, Brad Kuiper. I mean, we're coming, man.
The future is now, man. Honestly, Vegas next year. Find us by the pool. We're gonna be in there having a good time. Draft takes.
I'm gonna hit up Kevin Jones, the guy who owns Blue Wire. We're gonna be like, hey, we need a podcast spot to do our live from. Hook us up with a studio. He's like, all right, I got you. He get us in there quick.
Oh man, I'm excited. That's when we go on that crazy blackjack run and we end up, locking up season tickets on the 50-yard line.
Right. Oh my gosh, dude, we got Trey Lance.
I'm really excited about that, dude. I think what was the quote I just read? It was a Rappaport tweet that made me feel really good about the pick too. Because again, that was my guy last night. We came to an agreement that him and Fields were pretty much coin flip at this point. But there was a tweet from Rap Sheet that was really good talking about. I don't want to just like summarize it completely, but it was talking about how the 49ers felt really good about his mental capacity, but it was – let's see if I can find it. They're tweeting for every single draft pick, so I got to go through a bunch of them. My apologies to everybody who's waiting on this, but I promise you it's worth the wait. It made me feel very good about it. Where did it go? Okay, well, I can't find it. So basically what it said was that almost every team that talked to Trey Lance was extremely impressed with him. And one GM basically told him that whatever his ceiling is, he's going to reach it because his work ethic and his cerebral capacity, just his raw intelligence was so off the charts that it blew teams away. And that there was no doubt. So the 49ers what he said was basically the 49ers are betting big that any mechanical flaws, any adjustments from going from the FCS to the pros, which can be a tough jump, they're betting big on it because they believe that Trey Lance is just this genius, for lack of a better word. And again, he has this charisma. I don't know if you guys saw his draft outfit. He has this drip. He is a franchise quarterback. The 49ers, it appears on all accounts, have a franchise quarterback, and I cannot believe. Well, Farley off the board to Tennessee. Farley off the board. That was my corner one.
Dude, they got. If he is healthy, dude, I feel so bad for him. That dude's gotten COVID twice.
Yeah.
He's sitting.
He's watching the draft by himself. By himself with no family.
By himself. Man, his story is crazy. You know, he lost his mom, you know, right before he went to college and all that kind of stuff, and had to deal with all that kind of stuff. But, man, good for him. I'm glad he went in the first. Good for Farley, man. I mean, we're talking about it. Without the back surgery, without any of those injuries, Farley is by far, in my opinion, he's the best cornerback in this class. Like I said the other day, I feel like he's on a tier completely by himself. Again, but that's if he's healthy. If he's healthy. But when he's healthy, the intangibles and traits that he brings to the table, his speed turn, the quickness, all of it, it's just different. It's just really, really different. Plus, he's still new to the position. You think he could get a lot better. There's some good players left on the board, man. There really are.
And that's going to carry over into tomorrow. And I'm excited for tomorrow, too, for what the Niners do at 43. If they move up, maybe they move back and take some good picks with that, too.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Pittsburgh if they take Najee Harris.
If they do, that will be the fun. I'm pulling up. I tweeted that the funniest moment of the draft will be if they take a running back in round 1. And I'm going to pull that tweet up if they do end up actually doing it, because you just don't take running backs round 1. I don't know how many times teams have to learn this lesson. It's like that SpongeBob. Like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Like, that's literally like what keeps happening when these teams.
What was Rashod Penny? Was he was he a second rounder?
No, he was picked like 30, I think. 29.
Oh no, he was. He was the first round. He was late.
He was a late first round pick. And the scariest thing is that Seattle could have had Nick Chubb. Could you imagine how scary that Seattle offense, which is already very scary on its own, if they had Nick Chubb with Russell Wilson and DK Metcalf? Yeah, because Nick and Chris Carson, and maybe that's why they went for more of a lightning to Chris Carson's thunder. But that was a pick that was a re-signing I didn't really have an issue with, to be honest with you, because I think the price they got for Carson was fair. And Carson, when he stays healthy, he's a pain in the ass to deal with. Like, he is a tough runner. He's physical, good vision. But I also think there's something to be said that you got him as a 7th round pick. You paid him barely anything for 4 years. And if they let him walk, I would have totally understood too. But I don't think that they paid some outrageous price. Like Aaron Jones, the Packers overpaid Aaron Jones.
So much for him.
What were they even thinking drafting Aaron or AJ Dillon last year? And I don't know, did you ever see the Pat McAfee show last year when Ty Schmidt dressed up as Mel Kiper and they took Jordan Love and his like live reaction to them taking Jordan Love? Where he he was dressed up as Mel Kiper doing the impressions and everything. I would love to see, I didn't get a chance to watch the show today because I was out running errands and prepping for this. I would love to see how the Packers fans are feeling now that they wasted a draft last year. They haven't picked yet this year, so they haven't messed it up yet, so we can't say they messed it up this year, but their franchise quarterback wants out, doesn't want to be on the team, and they're coming off of back-to-back NFC Championship appearances where they were so close to the cusp of being in the Super Bowl again and winning. And they didn't get there ultimately. Like, it's a bad time to be a Packers fan right now. I feel my heart goes out to them, but not really.
Yeah,
little bit.
We feel bad for them, but
yeah, not really.
As much as we can, right?
We have our own problems over here. Yeah, we have our own issues. Man, I'm stoked, dude. And the Niners are in a position now where it's going to be a quarterback competition most likely. Unless a team makes a significant jump up for Jimmy, if maybe Denver, maybe Washington, although I think they'll be fine with Fitzpatrick for a year. It's going to be a competition, and that's where you feel great because if Trey Lance really isn't ready, you have Jimmy who you can win games with. I know we keep coming back to this whole argument, and I don't like using wins as a reference, but you can win with Jimmy. And ultimately, if he gets put on the bench and Trey Lance starts week 1, that makes you feel really good that Kyle was like, you know what? I've seen enough from Trey Lance that I feel confident putting up this guy up against NFL competition week 1. So it's a great position where you're really not pigeonholed into doing one thing or the other, and you really can just do whatever is best for the team and not just, hey, well, we took this guy at 3, we have to start him right away. And it could be a situation where Jimmy starts for literally 2 weeks, just like you talked about like a couple years ago. They were able to coast through the first couple weeks. Maybe he starts for the first couple weeks, they ease in, and Trey Lance is just going crazy in practice. He's throwing from all different kinds of arm angles. He's coming in with that moxie, that charisma. He's commanding the huddle. I am very excited for Trey.
Over real quick.
Trey in the Bay, baby. I am ecstatic, dude. Like,
dude,
you remember when the Niners lost the Super Bowl and there was that like one guy that waited for them to come back when the plane came in? There was literally one singular person at the airport. Like, that'll be me. If Trey Lance comes in tonight at 3 in the morning, I might go over to San Jose Airport and just be waiting with, like, you know, a big sign. Trey to the Bay, faithful to the Trey. I will represent Niners fans with the utmost class and welcome this man. Yeah.
Dude, the chants are about to be fire. Imagine a whole stadium going Trey area. Then you got E40 coming out on the field. Like,
I'm so hyped, dude. Man. We get like the E40 from the verses when he was a little turnt. Like, did you see? I don't know. I understand if nobody watched because it was a total joke. But I was at my buddy's last weekend, I think, or 2 weekends ago, when Jake Paul fought Ben Askren. So he bought the whole like Triller event, and like Too Short and E40, they were turnt, bro. Like they were definitely like on one a little bit, which is great. Like, have fun, but like it was very refreshing. It reminded me of that 2019 season. Like, remember that game when he went with Ricky Waters? And I think Gary Payton was there too. Those dudes were having a good time, bro. And that's what it's all about. It was a rough 2020, but we're coming back next year. Niners fans are going to turn up. We're going to have a great season, and it's going to be fun from here on. Like, everything's coming up 49ers. All right, like this is our time. It's finally time. Kyle has his guy. Darrisaw to Minnesota. That's a great pick.
Great pick. I think we've mocked him there before.
I believe so. Yeah,
I believe we did.
And they have been so bad drafting a lineman that this is one I feel like they really can't mess up. Like, I mean, they can, but I feel great about the pick. I don't think, like, if they jumped up and took Alex Leatherwood, I would have lost it, dude. If they were the team that did it, like, and this just feels like a situation.
Perfect.
This feels like a situation.
Better.
Yeah, exactly. Where Darrisaw ends up being this really solid player. He may not be a Pro Bowler, but he's a solid, competent, above average NFL tackle. And no offense to Leatherwood, I'm not saying that I think Leatherwood's going to be bad or hoping he's bad, but it would just make so much sense where Leatherwood's just this guy that fizzles out in a couple of years, and Darrisaw is this just perennial talent. And it's just the Raiders. Like, the Raiders
is a really good pass blocker. I mean, when I watch him on tape, he has some of those movement skills that you like to see from Trent Williams. Now, they're not the same guy, but they even have some of the same swag, man. Like, they got him going up on the screen right now. Like, he's not an ultra finisher. He doesn't have super strong hands, but he's capable of finishing. He's capable of doing those things. He's capable of knocking you back with his hands. But I think the most impressive thing about him is his movement skills. Like, he moves so well for his size, and in the pass game in today's NFL, and you need that proper kick step, he's got it. He really, really does. He has a really solid kick step. So good for Minnesota, man. Good for Minnesota. Good for Kirk Cousins. My Dalvin Cook stock loves it. We like that pick. I think that's a good selection there. And the value to get Darrisaw at 23, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, it's going to protect my guy. I'm a big Kirk Cousins guy. I know Niners fans probably are like, shut up, don't say that. But I like Kirk Cousins. I think he's decent. I'd way rather have Trey Lance than Kirk Cousins, no question about it. I'm way more ecstatic about that. But I think Kirk Cousins is a solid NFL quarterback, and I think he's been a lot more efficient than people are willing to give him credit for. But so I think that's a good pick for him. They've been awful addressing that offensive line.
They have been awful, and I like this pick. If it was either this or Tevin Jenkins, it would have been a great pick. It really would have been a great pick.
It has to be Jenkins for the Steelers, right? It has to be them. If they take a running back, dude, I'm gonna lose it, dude.
Because honestly, if Benny Snell can stay healthy, or McFarland shows up, they show a little promise. They show little promise. You can always go back and get a running back later, like we always talk about. You can always kick the can down the curb with running back, it feels like. But, I mean, with Big Ben, it feels like you have to go tackle, right? Villanueva's not there anymore. Did DeCastro retire?
Pouncey did, I think. Pouncey was the one that retired.
Pouncey retired. Oh, look at Cardinals Elite. Super hyped. They did it.
Hey, they did. They took Jenkins?
No.
Oh.
Najee.
No way. They did it. No way. I'm hold up.
Called
I'm
it.
bumping this real quick.
Called it.
Hold up.
They took Najee Harris.
This is why you guys need to follow me on Twitter. I called this pick 2 weeks ago. This is the kind of content you get. Let's see.
Yep. I also mocked this one in our mock draft that we did too.
So funny. I feel so bad for my buddy. He does not deserve this. He's a good dude. He's a Steelers fan in Seattle. Hates Seahawks fans more than we do. Hates Seahawks fans. I don't know if RA is still in the comments over here on YouTube, but I'm talking about Ryan Parrish. You know Ryan. Ryan he doesn't hate Seahawks fans, but he has to deal with an abundance of obnoxious Seahawks fans. Because I know in the YouTube comments we have a very knowledgeable Seahawks fan who's one of my favorite people to talk football with. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for a large portion of that fan base. So I feel bad for him. That's going to sting. Let me see. I'll pull up this tweet real quick. Yeah, I mean, hey, good for Najee. He's going to go to a team that likes to pound the rock, that knows what they're doing. But I think right now, it's a situation that if you don't have the offensive lineman, it doesn't matter how good the running back is. And they would have been way better off taking Tevin Jenkins, in my opinion. They threw the ball literally more than I think they threw the ball more than anybody last year too with Big Ben.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. The value sucks.
Yeah, the only thing you can think of is if they have a target that they're trying to get in the second round, they want someone to slide to them. They feel comfortable with them being there. Maybe like a Walker Little out of Stanford is available, and you can still get him. Who's nice, didn't play in 2020. Maybe Raduns falls. Who knows? There's some good depth. Like you got the tackle out of Notre Dame. Liam, maybe they go that route. So there are still options available. But they go Najee Harris, man. Bay Area kid is going to Pittsburgh. Lots of noise about Najee coming through to the 49ers.
I did a mock yesterday with anybody who knows Niner Nate. He's from Niners Nation. And he was so ecstatic in this mock. He took Fields. He traded up for Najee. And I was like, you're going to be really upset tomorrow when the 49ers don't take either. And you're well. You're right. I'm not celebrating. Like, I wish Najee well. He's from the Bay, but it made no sense. The Niners aren't in a position where they need to trade up for a running back. There's so many guys they could take at the end. Chuba Hubbard, Chris Evans, Jamar Jefferson, Javian Hawkins. Like, I'm relieved a little bit, I'm not going to lie, because I would have been happy for Najee, and it would have been a cool story, but the value was just not there. It did not make any sense. I think the Steelers messed up. They didn't even trade anything other. They used the pick they already had there. I think it's just terrible value to take a running back that early. In the modern NFL, there's no reason to do it, dude. Like,
yeah, I agree. I think we're kind of over. I mean, it's unfortunate for the position, but hey, let's be honest, interior offensive line is devalued, and running back is headed towards that direction.
I got a good one for you. So Brad, my buddy, like I said, RA is a Seahawks fan, and he said, as a Seahawks fan, you hate to see SF get their O-line where it is right now. He likes the additions. Do you have any thoughts about that? Is this, my go-to offensive line guru? How are you feeling about the Niners offensive line right now while we're talking line? Because I think people put a a lot of blame on them last year when it wasn't their fault for a lot of the sacks and pressures and stuff. How are you feeling about this Niners offensive line right now, particularly if they're going to be protecting for a rookie quarterback?
I feel great because, again, what we're talking about is we're going to anticipate a lot of play action. So when you're running run action in the pass game, that helps your offensive linemen so much. And now if you have a quarterback who's able to execute the play action game and be able to get back to that leveled style of play with Kyle Shanahan and what he's looking for, you get Trent Williams, Laken Tomlinson. They work great together. Trent is only going to take, I think, a step forward in his development because you did see some missteps based on communication. The fact that you get Alex Mack at center now, I think changes the entire dynamic of the offensive line because since Kyle Shanahan took over, we hadn't had the dynamic center that we needed. When we got the healthy Weston Richburg, that was the best our offensive line had ever looked, was when we had a healthy Weston Richburg. And when Weston was healthy in 2019, Weston was playing at such a good high level. He was elevating that offensive line in so many different ways. But now you get a guy like Alex Mack, who's a proven pro, who's one of the smartest offensive linemen in the NFL, a veteran. You plug him in at the center in a Kyle Shanahan scheme is so important because they are the quarterback of the offensive line, and there's so much communication that goes between from the center out, and the center needs to be able to put his guys in the right position. The communication needs to be on point. The center needs to be able to read the defense just as well as the quarterback needs to be able to read the defense. So now you get Mack to be able to go and do that. You kick Brunskill back to where he belongs at right guard. You potentially bring in some competition, maybe a Kendrick Green in the third round, maybe Quinn gets snatched in the second, but you bring some competition to compete for that spot. It's only going to elevate that right guard position. I think Brunskill definitely has the skill set to win that competition, but I'm not opposed to bringing in competition because iron sharpens iron. I know what it's like having a guy behind you trying to take your job, and if you come in with the mentality that I'm only going to get better and better, then that can only help you. So, and with that being said, then you get continuity across your offensive line. You get McGlinchey back in the right headspace. You get him doing what he knows how to do, which is running the ball and destroying people in the run game. Then play action and the pass game all falls into line. So at that point, it becomes a situation where the 49ers offensive line has got to be top 5 at this point. It really has to be top 5 because, again, this offensive line isn't built for drop back passing. They're not built for 5 or 7 step drops. That's just not how they're built. They're not gonna hold defensive ends longer than 3 seconds. So you have to do the run action. You have to make it easier on these guys with play action. So you get back to doing what Kyle Shanahan wants to do in the run game, play action. Dude, as long as health, again, it all comes back to health. If they can stay healthy, the sky's the limit for the 49ers offensive line.
Your guy just came off the board.
Who?
Etienne.
Did he?
Jacksonville.
No.
Yeah. That's wild.
No.
James Robinson owners in shambles right now.
James Robinson high in his startup.
No, I'm sorry.
That's my fault, though. That's my fault for taking a undrafted free agent running back after an explosive first year with a new regime change. That's my fault. I take full responsibility for that. In Dynasty, I should have known better. I should have absolutely known better not to take James Robinson with the new regime change. Damn it, I should have known better. But let's be honest, man. You get two of those Clemson boys. You get ETN, you get Lawrence, you get DJ Chark. I mean, they got a decent O-line. They could probably upgrade a little bit, but you get two legitimate running backs. I mean, wow. Wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that at all. I love Travis Etienne, though. I know you're a little lower on Travis Etienne, and I know he had a stronger freshman year and kind of tapered off as his career went on, but I like him. That's my guy.
I'm not admittedly like low on him. I just think that he would be my running back 3, I think. I had Javonte 1, Najee 2, and him 3. So I could end up being totally wrong. And I think he got a lot better as a receiver because he could have came out last year. I know there was talk about him coming out last year. It's bad day for me, man. For Jordan stock took a hit with 2 running backs going in the first round. That's against everything I believe in and stand for. So.
Hey, man, when we get into the league and we're running a front office, man, we're going to take over. We're going to change how this stuff works. We're going to game the system, galaxy brained. Certain positions are going to be late round undrafted. The positional value game will be.
We're literally going to remove the running back. The running back position won't exist. The running back position will not exist on our franchise. We will take wide receivers like Deebo Samuel that can do both,
and
but we will not
draft
Demetric Feltons, yes, and we will not be touching.
No.
Who just went?
Newsome to the Brownies.
That's actually a great pick. That's a great pick.
Cross with Denzel Ward, Grant Delpit getting healthy,
and they have John Johnson.
They brought in. They brought in Johnson.
John Johnson's. I like that pick a lot. That's a great pick.
Signing. I wanted John Johnson. I thought if we could somehow snatch him and bring him over to the Niners, pair him up with Ward. Oh my goodness! But that is a great pick. Now, the Browns quietly have a fire defense. They really do. Because who do they have now? They have they signed Jadeveon Clowney, right? Jadeveon Clowney is across from Helmet Boy. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. Myles Garrett. Yep, there you go. So, and I think they signed a decent linebacker too. Wow. I like it. I mean, I like it for the Browns. I don't like it for Newsome. So this just came in from Kiana Martin. She said, I'm told Jimmy Garoppolo asked for Trey Lance's number immediately after the pick to welcome him to the team. If that doesn't say enough about the character of the people on this team, I don't know what does. I like that. That's a good story. I like it. Because Jimmy's got to be going through, man. These 4 months.
How real quick though, because didn't a report come out about how I don't want to ruin a good moment, but the first thing that comes to my mind is I remember the report came out that when Trent Williams got re-signed, Jimmy didn't reach out at all. But the guy who was there to protect you, you didn't reach out to the guy that's protecting your blind side, but you're going to reach out to the guy that's taking your job. Like I'm having a. I don't know.
Maybe because of that situation, he's like, oh, maybe I need to be a little bit more outgoing.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I thought that was a strange story. But if I remember correctly, it was like I think Mayoko or one of the local Barrows, one of those guys, was the one that reported it, where it was like really strange that he like hadn't reached out to Trent Williams at all. But man, this draft's getting wild, and there's still a lot of really good players left on the board.
There are some really good players, man.
If New Orleans drafts Kyle Trask right here, I'm going to be actually upset. And I don't care about the Saints at all, but it's going to make.
You said Kyle Trask?
Yeah, because Kyle Trask is coming up at 28, or not Kyle Trask. Saints.
You're a closet Trasker, aren't you?
I will be so upset if they take Kyle Trask in the first round, dude. Like,
where do you want Trask to go?
Anywhere but New Orleans. Give Jameis a chance for once. Like, let this man live. Let my guy Jameis have a chance.
Dude, do it for Pasquini, man.
God, man. It's just I'm at the point now where it's almost like I'm hoping these teams do start messing up because it's just going to bode well for the 49ers at 43. But again, I think the Niners are going to get a little weird. I think Joe Tryon's a guy to still watch at 43. Maybe Elijah Molden is a guy to watch at 43.
Dude, if we got
get
Joe
really creative.
Tryon at 43.
De'Ami Brown with Trey Lance, dude. Little De'Ami Brown, dude.
Give me Rashod Bateman. Come on.
Rashod Bateman, he's still on the board. How is he still on the board?
Give me Rashod Bateman.
Wow.
Do it, Kyle. Trayvon Morg's still on the board, man.
I had a feeling he would fall a little bit, but you know what? The team's going to regret it. They're going to regret passing on my guy. He was one of the most fun tape evaluations I did out of anybody because all he did is make plays. All he did was make plays.
You got me sipping the sauce tough. So I almost posted my mock 4.0. I almost posted them trading up into the first for Trayvon.
I would do it. I would honestly,
because my mock wasn't predictive. It was just like what I would have fun doing. Like I didn't want to do a predictive mock, and so I almost had him take Trayvon at the bottom of the first. But that would have been because I'm the galaxy brain and like just thinking of where you could put him all over the field. He could play so many different roles and scenarios and packages. Like he could play so many different things.
I love this comment. I don't know how it got brought up, but somebody's saying give my man DJ Jones some carries, like some Walter Perry action, get a big D lineman on the goal line taking some carries. I'd love that.
Hell yeah.
I think DJ Jones is agile enough for all jokes aside, you could give him the ball on the goal line and he would find his way in the end zone. That would be cool as hell, dude. I'm 100% on board with that. Whoever is pushing the DJ Jones at running back, goal line back, yes, you have my support.
So when I'm coaching my kids and my kids are coming up and I start coaching football and coaching their teams, those big boys are getting carries. You can guarantee it. They're getting carries. Every big boy needs a carry once in a while, man. I love that. I love that concept. And I love giving big boys the rock.
Baltimore has to go receiver here, right? Like it almost has to be.
Rashod Bateman, man. Turn it in.
Man, if Bateman's still there at 43, that's a Kyle Shanahan guy. That's a guy that just has a savvy route runner, knows how to get open, fluid, smart, heady player. And you have a quarterback now that's going to take advantage of all levels of the field, so you can justify investing more capital in a receiver.
Absolutely. Trey Lance can push the ball down the field. He can play outside the pocket. Dude, he can do everything. So you can have the late developing routes. You can do things like that now.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited, man. He can run, he can throw, he's smart, he's charismatic. That's a
we're gonna have to do a series. We're gonna have to do a series, man. We're gonna have to do every game, live breakdowns. It's just gonna be us watching. People can hop in and join and watch as well. But it'll just literally you're gonna be watching me and Jordan geek out. We're not gonna be talking to you guys. We're just gonna be watching the film, and you can watch our process. You can watch how we geek out over film.
I'm so happy it was him too, because I honestly, it's been 3 hours almost since that pick was made, and I haven't even I'm thinking about it, but I'm just not. If it was Mac Jones, I'd be sitting here internally outraged this whole time.
We would be furious, I don't
know if you've seen or people have seen. Mac Jones has been throwing some shade on the 49ers when he was asked about getting passed up by them, and he always wanted to go to New England and this and that. Guess what, bud? I'm going to quote Rich Madrid here. Turn on the tape, Mac. You go watch those receivers in New England. They're not getting open like they are in San Francisco. So who needs you, pal? Hope you like it in Boston.
Kick
have
rocks,
fun.
McCorkle.
Kick rocks, guy. Yeah, we don't need you.
He hates us, bro. He hates us, dude.
He got used for a month. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, he got used for a month, and he saw the comments.
He got used and roasted. He hates 49er fans.
Hey, you know what?
So that's going to be a fun match.
They seem to hate him too.
Yes, it works out perfectly. And he went to the Patriots, so I can't wait. Can't wait till we see him.
Oh, man. Yeah, this has been fun, man. Thanks everybody who's been watching. The comments have been rolling, especially the YouTube comments are great. The IG comments are they hit different sometimes, dude. And you already know.
Comments, dude,
the IG comments are great.
Wild in the IG. Like,
the IG comments are
YouTube is nice and respectful and insightful. Instagram, it's like a free for all. It's just wild.
Hey, the Brad Hive is buzzing, dude. The Brad Hive is where it's at. You know what I mean? It's
the Brad Hive. The Hive. The SF Niners Hive. We got a nice community, bro. I love the community that we've been able to build up over these last 3+ years, man. It's been a lot of fun, dude. The people that interact with the page interact with us, man. We got great people who mess with this page. I really appreciate these guys.
Man, Jello just brought something to my attention too. JOK is still on the board, dude. How is he still on the board? Barmore, too. I had Barmore as like a 20.
Yeah.
I mocked him at like 21, 22. But I heard there was issue. There were some teams that had some issues with him and like work ethic and stuff like that. I don't know how true it is. Obviously, I'm just saying like what I saw, what I heard, you know.
Right.
So that makes more sense. But JOK next to Fred Warner. Woo! I don't think he's going to make it
Put him
that
in
far
the slot. You could you
man.
could play him at safety. JOK's different, man. He's different. You could play him anywhere.
Is it going to be Elijah Moore here, man? Elijah Moore is a great receiver. Get Lamar some weapons. Get him some guys that, you know, get
So
open,
who's on the clock right now?
Baltimore. And they keep going back. Rashod Bateman would be nice, too. They keep going back and forth between Bateman and him.
Bateman would be nice, but I don't know. They need a tackle now. They need a tackle. So maybe Tevin Jenkins is the fit.
That's true. Well, didn't they sign Villanueva? Didn't they sign Villanueva?
Villanueva's so bad.
He's not good, dude. He's not good at all.
He's not good. He was good. He used to be one of the best.
Okay, yeah.
But age happens, man. It is what it is. Age happens, man.
Not everybody's Joe Staley. That's going to age
Not everyone's
gracefully. Yeah.
Dude, did they take Bateman? Did they do it?
Yeah, they did. They did.
Damn it.
Love that pick. Hey, you know what? I like it I'm a Lamar guy, and I've liked Rashod Bateman a lot, and
I just don't see him getting the passing volume that, like,
from
a fantasy perspective of me being my fantasy GM cap on and wanting to go get him. I'm like, that doesn't do it for me as much. Now I'm like, I'll take you late second round, maybe, as opposed to late first, early second. So.
It's a good pick. Yeah.
It's a great pick. The value there.
I'm with Speed Ochoa 707, man. Get Lamar some weapons. Get that guy a receiver. And no offense, I like Hollywood Brown too, but he's just another guy that I think is more of a gadgety deep threat player. Rashod Bateman is a legitimate wide receiver one, very comparable to Keenan Allen as Cal guys. We love ourselves some Keenan Allen.
Oh, Stan Keenan.
Great pick for him.
So I agree. I think Bateman comes in and he actually becomes wide receiver one. And like to your point, Brown becomes more of the secondary guy.
I could see that. 49ers focus is having a great time too. I'm sure you see that in the comments right there too. Our guys living life
I'm going to give 49ers focus some hype right here. So I had to shut down a 49ers group chat because all these pages started bullying Focus for putting Lance over Fields. It got so bad I had to shut down the chat. So good for Focus, man. Focus deserves everything that he's going through because he got some pushback for putting it out there and saying he wanted Lance. He got some pushback, so I respect Focus for not backing down, taking the punches that came at him that were unwarranted. And he got his guy, and he's I know he kept those receipts. I know he has every single receipt imaginable, and he's handing them out like this. He's going like this to all the boys. I know it. Shout out Focus. Focus put his chest on it. We respect it. We're going to call it like we see it, Focus. So you enjoy today because you deserve it, my guy. Good for focus, man. So inspirational. So inspirational.
Did the Saints take Trayvon Marrig here too? I don't want to get off. I mean, I could sit here and gas up focus all night, but I'm just curious real quick as I'm watching this pick about to come in. The pick is in. Do you think they take Marrig or JOK? Do they go defense? If they take Trask,
I don't see them going quarterback.
I'm never defending
here.
Sean Payton again. They can't,
I don't see it. No, it's too early. Because I feel like it just doesn't match. If you're going to take a quarterback, trade back. I don't think any other quarterback's going in the first. I really don't. I don't think Kellen Mond is worth the first. I don't think Davis Mills is worth the first. I don't think Trask is worth the first. Those are day 2 guys, in my opinion.
There's so many good guys left on the board too. Like you don't need to brush the quarterback here. There's so many good players on the board.
I need to pull up. I don't know why I don't have a board up of available players.
I'm pulling it up right now. I've just been so elated with with all due respect, I love this process and all these other teams. 31 other teams didn't draft Trey Lance tonight, and 31 other teams are worse off because of it. So,
absolutely.
That's all I care about, dude. I'm so stoked. Who they take?
Payton Turner?
Okay, I could see it. He looked good. He popped on that BYU game with when I was watching Zach Wilson. Somebody tweeted, I forget who it was. It's not, I don't trust them drafting edge players, dude. When they traded up for Davenport, they gave up 2 first-round picks for Marcus Davenport, and I thought he was going to be a stud. I don't trust them, but it'll take that Trey Hendrickson role.
2 picks up for that.
I thought it was for Lamar Jackson when it happened too, so I was extremely disappointed when it didn't happen.
Oh.
So does that mean Green Bay is up right now? Oh no, Buffalo and then Green Bay.
Oh, that's going to be a spicy pick. Someone was talking about today how Jordan Love would have been tier 2 in this class, and I think
100%.
It would have been right. Yeah,
would
have been the 6th. Oh, he would have went above Mac. I think he would have.
Do you think Green Bay would have been more inclined to trade Aaron Rodgers if they didn't already have a first-round pick invested into a quarterback just after this past the optics? It would be basically if they took. Let's say they took Lance at 3 and the Niners got Rodgers. It would look really bad that you already are giving up on Jordan Love, on top of the fact that it would look really bad that Aaron Rodgers would almost assuredly be competing for Super Bowls. So I wonder if they didn't take Jordan Love, if they would be more open to taking a trade for offer for Aaron Rodgers from the 49ers. But we'll see.
I don't know. That whole situation is just wild because now – it's like it's clearly over, but where's he going to land now? Where's Aaron Rodgers going to go?
I love Aaron Rodgers.
Went to the Chicago Bears. Mac just went to the Patriots. There's not that many quarterback needy teams left. But real quick, so Josh asks, or he's basically saying he's holding out hope for Quinn Miners or Elijah Molden. Both of those guys are our guys. You're a big Elijah Molden guy. We're both big Quinn Miners guy. I don't know. So what I need to do after tonight is I don't know why I still haven't done a ton of research on Elijah Molden, but I need to. I need to go do that. I don't know why I haven't. I've only seen a couple clips here or there.
He's probably – I like the Georgia guys, but he's probably the best corner that I would have left on my board. Again, I'd have to look at it, but Campbell might be the only guy.
Would you have him at nickel or outside?
I would start him at nickel, but if he showed he could play, I would take him at 43, and I would with the expectation he would only have to be a nickel corner. But if he was able to do more, I'd be thrilled. But I wouldn't draft him specifically with outside in mind, just because I know he's so good at I'll give you a perfect example. Other side of the ball, if I was Minnesota last year, I would have drafted Justin Jefferson knowing that he could dominate in the slot. And then the fact that he was able to dominate outside and be a bona fide wide receiver 1, that's just a bonus. I think that Elijah Molden could be a lockdown corner outside as well, but I wouldn't take him, have him only really be a success in the slot, and then be bummed and feel like I wasted value, if that makes sense. I would take him knowing that he could dominate in the slot, and then if anything else beyond that would just be a bonus, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. But
Quinn, you already know with Quinn too, real quick. If they take Quinn, I'm ecstatic. That's your guy. That's the Brad and Quinn connection is strong, and it only would get stronger.
Belly and beards, bro. If he comes to the Niners, we're gonna start a podcast. It's gonna be Belly and Beards, bro. It's happening. It's gotta happen. That's my guy. Love Quinn, man. That would be so much fun, though. Honestly, if Quinn, like I said, I'm a big run skill guy, probably the biggest run skill guy out there. But again, I'm not opposed to bringing in competition at any spot ever. That's just how football is, and that's how you get the best out of these guys. Because if you have a competitor and you bring in another competitor and they are fighting for the same job, it's only going to elevate each of them for the most part, or you just find out who's not good enough. So Timo said he started the Belly and Beards name. It was an Instagram suggestion. It came from Instagram. So if that was you, man, hat tip. That's a good one. We like Belly and Beards because it works absolutely perfect. Dude, Trey Lance, man, let's go. I just keep seeing, dude, this pic of him. He looks cold-blooded. Look at my guy.
I'm excited, dude. I'm telling you, that drip that he came with today, like,
dude, dripped. The spike shoes and everything.
I'm so excited, man.
I'm just so happy it's not Mac Jones. It's like it's a double win, right? It feels like a double win. Like, obviously it would have been another level of excitement for me, like if it was Field, but it's still a double win. Like, it's still a win no matter what. Absolutely hyped.
So who's up right now? Is Green Bay up on the? Yeah, the pick is in. Let's see who they take. It has to be. If it's not Elijah Moore, I'm gonna laugh. So Elijah Moore or Terrace Marshall. Excuse me, Delmy Brown. If it's just not a receiver in general, what are they doing? Like, what is that team doing? There's nobody else that I'm looking at. Like, yeah, maybe you take like a JOK. They already have Savage.
I see them going JOK. Totally see them going JOK.
Yeah, because they have Savage and Amos, so I can understand them passing on Marig, who's up there. I wouldn't hate Barmore here, actually. I think that would be a pretty good pick. But
that would be a total Packers pick.
Take the receiver, man. Like, if it's me, no question I'm taking a receiver.
Let's see. Where is... the picks? What does the board look like right now? Why isn't this shit working, man? Nope, excuse my language. Where's the draft tracker? So who's on the clock right now? Denver's on the clock.
Green Bay. Oh, here it comes. Who is it? Who'd they take? Who'd they take? Eric Stokes, corner. Well, Kevin King is terrible. I'm surprised he went before Campbell, honestly. I'm interested to see what Croc has to say about this because he did a really good breakdown on both these guys.
That is such... Aaron Rodgers shaking his head right now. He's like,
and
even still, you don't.
People wonder why he wants out.
Right. They're like, man, weird.
Dude, I just keep going. Anybody who has time, if you want to laugh, go watch. Just type in Angry Mel Kiper, and it'll pull up Ty Schmidt from the Pat McAfee show, where he called Brian Gutekunst, pack your bags, bud. And he like talks like it's so good, dude. It's so that's all that's going through my head right now. Like oh man. There are so many good players left for the 49ers. Okay. Urban Meyer, I just got an update from Sleeper, which is an app I actually hate for anybody who plays fantasy football. I'm not a fan of it. But it was an update that said that Urban Meyer was quoted as saying they're going to use Etienne as a third down back. If he actually means that, which I don't think he does, but if they spent a first-round pick on a third down running back, that franchise deserves to stay irrelevant forever. Like, that is that's malpractice, dude. That is unbelievable if that's really how they feel.
It is. I guarantee you it's a situation where they just really liked Trevor Lawrence. They did all the homework. They watched every single snap and every single game, and they just probably fell in love with the running back too. But to say he's a third down back, what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get me out of here.
Yeah, I cannot believe that update just came through my phone that literally said third down running back. Like, dude, no, there's no way. But man, there's a lot of
bulky, man.
Tonight, I'm going to get a nice list together of guys I think the Niners could target. Again, I still think Tryon's in the mix. I think Molden's in the mix. I think the receiver's in the mix. Hopefully Quinn is in the mix, but they got options, dude. I can't believe Kadarius Toney got picked before Rashod Bateman too. What is going on? Like,
yeah, that's crazy. Because I mean, Toney put up a great year last year, but there was just some concerns. But apparently the team felt good, so they pulled the trigger. Did my StreamYard stream close?
No, I still see you. Yeah, there's still comments coming in on YouTube.
It literally has disappeared from my computer.
No, you're still here. You're still here, big guy. I can see you.
That's so weird.
YouTube, test. Anybody in the so I'm just seeing comments come in. I'm pulling up best available right now. I'm trying to pull up the board. Dude, there are there are options for the 49ers coming up here because some guys that if you know obviously look a little bit away. Levi Onwuzurike from Washington, Carlos Basham, Terrace Marshall, Jabril Cox. Maybe they bank on Russo and his talent. Chaz Sarah is still there too. Like, they got some options at 43 coming up right here. Like, I know everybody's going to be still ecstatic, understandably so, about the Trey Lance pick, but I might be just as ecstatic if they nail the second-round pick. Like,
dude, there's so much talent still on the board, man. Trevon Ward, we talked about Azeez, Javonte Williams, Landon Dickerson, who I love, Tevin Jenkins, I love as well. Dude, JOK should not be on the board still. Who's on the clock? Bills? I could see JOK going right.
You don't think they go offense here?
I could see JOK going right here.
I would take Elijah Moore here. I would mock Elijah Moore to every team remaining. Like any of these teams, I would take Elijah Moore.
He needs to just come off the board right away.
Dude, if he's still there at 43, again, I'm running to it. Azeez falling. We'll see if the Niners really again, there might be a medical concern. I'm surprised he's still on the board, honestly. I don't know, man.
There's going to be
Payton Turner went ahead of him. Payton Turner in the first round is wild to me. I don't understand how that one happened. And again, I'm very happy for that guy. Like, I'm not trying to be.
Oh, wow.
Up. Who is this?
NFL has. I was just reacting to a ranking, but they have. I don't know. I told you about Chris Rump from Duke, the defensive end.
Yes.
They have him ranked really high. They have him ranked higher than Rousseau.
Yeah, Rousseau is pretty low on ESPN's board. It's kind of wild.
I'm looking at the NFL.com board.
Oh, NFL.com. Oh, okay. Yeah, Rousseau is interesting because, again, you're banking on the physical stuff. But
speaking of Rousseau,
There's so many good edge players. There's Perkins, Tryon, and Owe all right there where I'm looking at and I'm like, man, like that's very intriguing for the four. And Owe is the one that to me that really stands out because he is such a physical freak. Runs in the 4.3s. Is big, strong, imposing, a little bit raw. But you put him opposite Bosa,
you coach his ass up real quick. Oh, someone. I didn't see this. No, I did. Yeah. So yeah, the pick, tipping the pick.
Rousseau. Oh wow.
Rousseau.
Wow.
So they like the upside there. Crazy, man. Crazy. There's so many good players.
Yeah, he was too toolsy to pass on, man. Because I know you're not as high on him, and he fell a little bit, but he's toolsy, dude. He reminded me physically.
He's super toolsy. That's the thing. He's toolsy, but he's raw. He just needs to figure out how to use them. That's the only problem. He's
built like Aldon Smith, man. Built like not saying he plays like, but he's built like Aldon Smith. So I like him.
He's just raw.
Oh my God, the Niners might take Javonte Williams tomorrow too. Somebody in the comments has brought that up. That's like. I like him a lot, but man, that goes against all my principles. Like,
I had taken him in one. So I did of course,
we've did 750 mock drafts,
a million mocks, and I almost wrote on that one, the one that I took Javonte. I did end up taking Javonte at 43 in one of them. Yeah, that would have been a fun one. I traded up to 20 to get Greg Newsome and then took Javonte at 43. Then Demetric Felton at 155. Wow, we're almost done though. 2 picks, Jordan, and the first round is wrapped. I appreciate everyone who's stuck around for the live coverage. We've been on for hours.
I think we're going on 4 hours and 7 minutes. And it's been a blast.
Hours.
It has been a blast. Everybody in the YouTube comments, I really appreciate it. Again, the Instagram comments, the SF Niners Hive, like you guys are always entertaining, and I appreciate you caring about what I have to say enough, and Brad for letting me have a platform to speak on. It is always really fun.
Jordan McShay.
And I could get, just like I said at the beginning, right when that Trey Lance pick was announced, this has been so carefree. I'm not stressed. I'm not worried.
No,
I didn't even realize 4 hours had gone by. I am on cloud 9. I am feeling wonderful right now, and I would probably be very upset internally if it was McCorkle instead. So it has been a fun night.
So funny now that I think. So my kids did a prediction of who they're going to take, and they both picked Trey Lance. Go kids, go.
Raising those kids right, man. They got a good head on their shoulders.
They do.
And honestly, like I said, I felt like there was some kind of concern with Fields. And again, falling to 11 isn't crazy, but that's kind of like with the amount of quarterbacks that went ahead, like that's pretty – something happened, man. Because especially considering Carolina was supposedly really high on him. I know they got Darnold, but I would rather have Darnold and Fields and just figure out which one's better, because I don't think – if you took Darnold, or if you took Fields, and you paired him with Darnold, and Fields was so good that you're not going to exercise that fifth-year option on Darnold, it's worth whatever picks you give it for Darnold, in my opinion, still, because you're coming out on top with a really good quarterback ultimately. So, yeah. And I see in the comments, I agree, it's the epilepsy thing, because ultimately, as much as it may be under control now, if you take one bad hit, it's such a risk to take.
And to take them at 3, when you take them in the top 5, it's just different territory, because that's what they always say, right? You're taking Hall of Fame guys in the top fame. That's who you should take. Not to say Justin Fields can't be that, but you can't swing and miss. You can't miss on a Solomon Thomas. You can't miss on a guy who is just unavailable. Like, that's what we've dealt with. That's why they moved off from Jimmy
Garoppolo. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can't put yourself in that position again to potentially just one hit, lights go out, because you don't know. Things are clearly wired differently. And that's a big part of it. You have to be conscious of what's going on upstairs.
I think the Niners were aware of this information for a while, which is why it makes sense that they might not have been in on him as much. Because watching the tape and watching the stuff, that's why a lot of these consensus guys had Fields at 3. They're like, why isn't Justin Fields to the 49ers getting any traction? There's Mac Jones. They're like, and again, I'm really glad that it was Trey Lance over Mac Jones, but I could have even seen a scenario where they talked themselves into, hey, Mac Jones will probably never have the ceiling that Justin Fields has as an athlete and a quarterback, but I am not as worried about his medical stuff, and I'm just really glad that they opted for Trey Lance rather than Mac Jones, while still playing it safe to an extent in that regard, of not risk. Like they took a risk, but they also did kind of play it safe because, again, and you'd be in a very bad spot if you took Justin Fields and something really unfortunate happened to him, because the first thing that would be the concern would be for his well-being as a human being. Right. But ultimately, too, he's a commodity and an asset to your franchise. If he gets hurt and he's missing time after you gave up all those picks, it's a very bad look. Chicago giving up one extra first to do it is still a pretty steep price to pay. But again, they're desperate. Ryan Pace is trying to save his job.
They're happy as hell right now. They're thrilled. The fact that the Bears were able to get one of these top-tier quarterbacks, and the one that they got is Justin Fields, they're absolutely thrilled. I'm thrilled for my Komet stock. I will be perfectly honest with you. So I'm in my tight end premiums. I'm very excited.
Were you an Adam Shaheen guy ever? Were you big on Adam Shaheen when they first got him?
I wasn't big on Adam Shaheen, but I followed him very closely. I tracked him. If someone dropped him on the waivers, I put him on my roster just because, he got so much pre-draft hype. That 6'7", small school prospect. He's supposed to be like this next, Gronk or whatever. Just never really came on. All right, so the Baltimore is back on the clock, though. We're wrapping up the final 2 picks of the first round.
Tevin's still on the board, right? Do you think Tevin is capable of running that power run scheme if he's going to be out there in that, grinding out possessions, pounding the rock? Okay, so
Tevin is a Baltimore offensive lineman. Like, he's built that way. Like, you think of, all the historical offensive linemen in the great years of the Baltimore hard-nosed, run the ball, smash mouth football. Tevin Jenkins is built for that. Absolutely.
Where are you at on Landon Dickerson? Is he a guy that you think is so skilled enough that if he was still there at 43, you could take him, and knowing that Alex Mack is there, that he would have time to recover from that ACL? Like, do you see a guy where it's like, hey, Alex Mack is good, but he's also old. We haven't played for a year. Landon Dickerson learns, and the next year we're getting a guy that arguably would be a first-round talent most years, and we're getting him at a slight discount because of that ACL injury?
Yeah, I think a healthy Landon Dickerson the conversation is between Elijah Vera Tucker and Landon Dickerson. I think that's where the conversation is. But because he's injured, I think, and he's been often injured, it's not just like a one-off. He's been injured quite a bit. So I'm sure teams are a little bit afraid of that. But he's such a good football player. And he seems like such a chill dude, too. Like, he just seems like an awesome locker room guy. But from a football standpoint, he's really good. He's really good. It's just you have to be comfortable with how often he gets hurt. He gets hurt a lot. So that's just the hard part. So I could see why, especially with the talent available, the other offensive linemen, why you wouldn't go out of your way to reach on Landon. You wait till the value is appropriate. Like, if Tevin Jenkins is still on the board, Landon Jenkins should be on the board, or Landon should still be on the board. There's no way Landon should go in front of Tevin at this point just because of some of the injury concerns.
It's going to be an interesting pick right here. I think they got to go O-line. They got to address that hole. Roger Dale looks like he's been sipping a little bit. Who is it?
Wow. Jason Owe.
Good. It's a good pick.
Great.
I was hoping he would still be there tomorrow. It's a very good pick.
It's a great pick.
Athletic guy. They got a solid defense as is. Their secondary is pretty strong. It's a good pick. Damn.
That is a good pick.
Damn, they did him dirty, too. They brought up that he had no sacks, and he was the lowest sack total among any first-round edge player in the last 25 years.
What is over?
They said that because he didn't have a sack last year, which again, he put up the same amount of pressure as he did the year before. Sacks it's another reason why I hate sacks as a stat to track D lineman and pass rush productivity, but they literally show him celebrating with his family with a graphic underneath it that says 0 sacks, fewest by outside linebacker DN in the last 25 years. Like, let this man live a little bit. I haven't listened to any of the sound, so I don't know if it was like as depressing as last year, as like depressing as like ESPN's NBA drafts are, where it's like this is supposed to be this like jubilant moment, and they like cue the sad music in the background and have these like emotional like some of the stuff. It's one thing to honor, if they have like parents that passed away or tragedies and stuff. I'm totally cool with that. But ESPN, for whatever reason, it seems like sometimes like they push it a little bit too far.
Last year was insane with that.
It was insane, dude. Right? It was way over the top. It was
like they led with, and like I went to the Academy of Art. I studied multimedia communications. One of my first classes was like developing, was in a news style classroom where we had the local like KTVU2 like director or whatever of broadcast come in and speak to the students or whatever. And the very first thing she said, the most important thing in news, if it bleeds, it leads. I was like what?
That's true. It's true.
And she went on to explain how murder, car accident, we don't want to get too dark, but those kinds of things you put first.
I was going to say,
grab the attention and they get people talking and intrigued, and that's kind of what that felt like when they were doing that. And it was like he lost his grandmother and his grandfather within one day of each other, and then his mother and his father passed away. It was just weird. Right?
It was way over the top. It didn't feel like they were honoring these people too. It felt like they were just exactly what you're saying. They were doing it to push engagement and to drive up. And I haven't listened to it with sound. I'm going to rewatch this entire draft probably once we're done and listen to the sound, or at least a good portion of it.
We're going to grab it back. We're going to rewatch. Yep, that's going to happen.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, we made it, man. What is this? This is coming up on 4 hours and 18 minutes.
We made it, man.
Joe Tryon? No.
Did he go?
No.
Wow. But Aziz is still on the board, bro.
There must be something with those medicals with Aziz then.
Trevon Morg is still on the board.
Morg wasn't a first-round pick. I'm shocked.
JOK, not a first-rounder.
I'll give a huge shout-out again right here. Javi Vega told me a month and a half ago, hey, go watch Tryon from Washington. I think there's a chance the Niners could take him at 43. And everywhere I'd seen him on boards to that point was in the hundreds. He was the 110, 115. Earliest was late third round. So Javi Vega was the first guy that really put me on him. Then I saw Ben Albright and a few of these other guys that have check marks that are coming in. So again, mad respect to Javi Vega is a guy you guys want to follow on Twitter. He gets a lot of this information, and it turns out to be very solid.
Speaking of Javi,
okay,
he had it queued up, ready to go.
Oh man, poor guy.
Oh no! Let me see. What's this?
Garoppolo.
You gotta change the. All right, come here. What's up? Came in wearing the Gucci, Gucci Garoppolo.
Texted.
I said, make sure you don't. So guess what? Do you remember your prediction?
Yeah. He got picked.
Yeah. They heard you say that you wanted Trey Lance, so they went ahead and took him. You excited?
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, man. We got a good quarterback.
Mom said to wear this, and she got it wrong.
Yes, she did.
Are you excited for Trey Lance?
He said, are you excited for Trey Lance?
Yeah.
That was your prediction. You got it right. You got it right. Daddy went with Justin Fields. You went Trey Lance?
I went.
Good for you, man.
I was going to wear the SF Niners
jersey shirt you made. You made it. I was gonna wear it out here, but Mom said to wear this.
So is that it? Is that the draft? Are we done? The draft is over?
That is the first round of the NFL draft.
Nice. All right. So, wow. 4 hours, 20 minutes in. Let's go. So the 49ers select Trey Lance, number 3 overall. There are some really good prospects heading into tomorrow of day 2. The 49ers pick 43 in the second round. I mean, Jordan, who are some prospects that you really, really want to see potentially go to the Niners at 43?
Aziz, number 1, because I'm shocked he fell out of the first round. Again, maybe it was a medical thing. I don't know. I'm not plugged in like that. Won't pretend to act like I'm plugged in like that. I think he fits the hole that the Niners have at that 9 tech tremendously. De'Ami Brown's another guy I'd really like. Elijah Moore, obviously. Levi Onwuzurike, defensive interior guy, is another guy I think that you might not get the immediate value just because you're already really loaded at that position, but would fill in great. Molden, another guy. I still like Tyson Campbell. I'm kind of surprised Stokes went ahead of him if they want to go corner. There's a lot of guys. And if Marg is still there somehow, you take him. You don't even think about it. You run to the podium, you take him. I just think in a game of numbers at this point, there's so many left that it's like it would be very hard for them to disappoint me with that pick at 43 based on who's left on the board. And again, they might do it. Who cares? I don't. They took Trey Lance. I'm having a great time. It is what it is, dude. It's going to be really hard to kill the vibe that I've got going. I hope everybody has a great night tonight. If you're going to celebrate, obviously do so responsibly. Hit that Uber if you're going to go out and drink. Let's do this responsibly. Have a good time, but live it up a little bit. Enjoy. The 49ers got their quarterback of the future tonight. It is a great night. April 29th, 2021 is a day that will go down in history as the day that the Niners got their guy. And it was a little extended. I know we had Cap for a little bit, and we had that little flash with Jimmy and Alex Smith and stuff, but this will be that extended baton handoff from Steve Young and Joe Montana to the next great 49ers quarterback, hopefully. So this was a great day.
My hype guys behind me over here hyping up. So yeah, today is a great day. Super, super excited about how the 49ers are going to progress tomorrow. Really excited to see what they're going to do. But there's plenty of people available for the 49ers to take that are going to be really, really solid. So I'm super, super excited to see what happens. But I do want to thank everyone who's rode with us throughout. If you somehow stuck all 4.5 hours, you deserve a medal. You deserve a pat on the back. We appreciate everyone who stopped in and hung out with us. It was a lot of fun. Anyone but Matt came true. And here we are with Trey Lance ready to go, and we're ready to continue to build out this roster for the foreseeable future. Tons and tons of great picks available. But I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Jordan, before we break and call it a day, anything else you want to leave the folks with?
No, thank you to everybody. Instagram, YouTube, everybody who's watching. Thank you to Brad for having me on. This was a blast. I'm really excited for the rest of the draft. Tomorrow's going to be super fun too. But again, this is a fun night. Live it up if you can. I know it's Thursday, so it's a little bit difficult. I know a lot of people have work tomorrow and stuff, so it'll be hard. But get some time. It's still 9. It's still relative. The night is still relatively young. Get some drinks in. Get some, whatever you do to party and have a good time, do it. Treat yourself. Tonight's a fun night. Let's all just soak this moment in. This has been a great day. I'm very excited. And again, thank you guys for listening to me talk and ramble about whatever we've been going on about. Thank you to Brad for having me on. And, I had a blast. Thank you to all you guys. It was really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you, Jordan, for joining us, and really excited to see what happens tomorrow. So we're going to get this going. Again, appreciate everyone for hopping on. It was a blast, man, and we're really excited. So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. Till next time, Jordan, appreciate you, man.